Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, January the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and hear me, and see my screen, and also in YouTube, please. We had a problem with audio yesterday in YouTube when we started, so I want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube. Maybe somebody can give me a heads up in YouTube. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. So William Tilray. I know they had earnings. I guess it's. Oh, thank you very much. Perfect circle in our YouTube room. We're good to go in both rooms. So yeah, look at Tilray. So Tilray, what did you say? I can't remember what you said. The consensus was like losing 8 cents or 9 cents or 10 cents. I guess they only lost 2 cents, something like that. Anyway, Tilray, big pop on earnings today. The reaction to its earnings release. TLRY, of course. Didn't see a big jump in the cannabis sector, though, MSOS. I didn't see a big, maybe didn't see a pop. Not really, only up a point, 4%. Thank you, guys, on YouTube. So that is Tilray. Now we've got, and that's one earnings play. Another earnings play is one that we've seen a lot in the past. AEHR, another earnings play. It's only up 5.9%, but it is an earnings play. And they're restating their 2026 guidance. Let's see what the next high is on the daily chart. The next high is 24.91. A little bit of room still. Let's take a look at the big movers this morning. ANPA. Boy, this is. I couldn't find any information on this one whatsoever. I don't know why this is up. Boy, is it ever 114%? I have no idea why. I'm looking at my headlines. I don't see any news on this one yesterday or today. So if anybody's got any insight as to why ANPA is up, it's not no. I mean, it's provision of financial printing and corporate services, pretty mundane sector. So I don't know. I have no idea why this is up like this. I mean, it's a low float, 1.79 million. Must be just one of these low float China stocks that somewhere somebody's pumping the heck out of it. They're on for the ride or something. There are actually I think there may have been some shorts available earlier, but there are none now at Interactive Brokers. I may be wrong. Yeah, so for William, he's got a pretty up-to-date news, and it's just listed as a momentum mover. So the nukes guys, wow! I mean, the nukes have really, they were definitely starting to come back. They were a thump down mugging for the last few weeks, but last week it started. This week, so here's OKLO now. Volume like 2.8 million, and then if you thought OKLO was going to continue to move higher, this is a two-timer. Notice that this is up 35%. So OKLO, the stock, is up about 17.5%. So this is 2 times the move. Remember, if OKLO, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. But this is another way to play it, and plenty of volume, 1.6 million. So it's plenty of volume, pretty liquid. But I looked at the other one. I mean, I put a price alert for NNE right around, look at NNE now, through the 200-day moving average also. Put a price alert down here. Yeah, right there on the daily chart, you can see that to take this out, it's got some room to keep running. OPAD, OPAD, up 53%. Why? I do not know. Real estate, okay, this might be something to do with White House instructing representatives on what it means to buy $200 billion worth of mortgage bills. This is the real estate agents and brokers, OPAD. I don't know, maybe tie in there. You know what? I didn't have this one on my list. GP just popping here, guys. GP Green Power Motor Company, okay? Open new electric vehicle manufacturing facility in New Mexico. So that's the reason for this pop. And the state of Mexico is supporting the project with a strategic investment totaling 14.6 million, including a $5 million award, etc. So that is the reason for green power popping this morning, GP. And Intel, INTC. This has been a kind of a wild one. This was yesterday's action. This was Thursday's action. Wednesday's action, it soared. Yesterday, it kind of gave up some of the gains. And then we have this one. Now, this is the VST. This is the ETF designed for VST. They say so. I guess maybe OKLO has something to do with this also, but Vistra, VST, the stock, climbed following a Meta nuclear energy deals. It's like 20-year deal. Here we go. Vistra wins a mega nuclear deal with Meta. So that's the reason for VST heading higher. And again, it also has. So you can see VST is up 17%. This is up approximately 34%, double. So if you thought that this was going to continue, obviously it's a way cheaper way to play it. VSTL. William, I don't know if this is of any interest to you. This is a little bio. AQST hammered down, drops as FDA flags issues in anaphyllum, whatever marketing application. Okay, so another bio that's been hit hard. Don't know what else they've got going, and that is AQST. If you're interested in doing a little research on that one to see if it's got any hope. I'm still looking at that IMRX from yesterday. It's still under 5. CETX, I believe. So this was after hours yesterday. This was after 4 o'clock, after the company announced it completed its acquisition of Invocon. Okay, so that's the reason for the pop. You see the pop after hours for CETX on that news. Lunar's getting hit a little bit here. LUNR. Stifle downgrading it or something. Stifle cuts rating to hold from buy. So that is, I can't see any other news on it other than Stifle downgrading it. So be careful. Obviously, the market, Stifle has some weight, obviously. We've still got a target of 20, but Morning Shaw in our YouTube room. The Cure, QURE. Gains as the FDA sets up a meeting on gene therapy. Okay, so that, by the way, people ask every now and then, this is the news I'm getting. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, I know. It's supposed to rule today. We're talking about your SCOTUS ruling on the tariff situation sometime after 10 o'clock. Okay. Here's another one. I couldn't see any news on it. Another one that's been hit hard down. BBNX. This is the one. Yeah, there are shorts available for me on this one. A lot of shorts actually. BBNX down 21%. I could not see any news on it. This happened after hours, so let me just see. What do they do? Surgical and medical instrument manufacturing. I couldn't see any news on this one. Now I see the news. It looks like they actually, this is preliminary. Okay, this is the preliminary. So it looks like they don't actually release until February 17th, earnings release, but they did a preliminary, and that caused the drop. Okay, that was after hours yesterday. You can see the drop. So that is BBNX. Said this before, I'll say it again. It's a real pet peeve of mine that these companies come up with preliminary because a lot of people, like myself, not that I'm a big swing trader, but I wouldn't hold a company for earnings. Well, how are you going to protect yourself when they basically come out? I mean, you're looking at earnings on February 17th, well over a month away. Yet they come out with these preliminary findings that basically might as well be an earnings play. It's crazy when I see that. Yeah, so William, you probably heard me, but you can VSTL is the ETF, the two-time ETF for it, or VST. Not too many shares of it, only 2.9. I don't know if there's an ETF designed to short it. Buy the short version. I don't know if there is one. Ah, okay. Well, now you know. There's about 2,000 shares available to short of this one. And so we think that it's going to run out of steam. All right, what else now? LRHC, is it still up there? Yeah, LRHC is still up here. Chief one closes initial $11 million funding under a $250 million convertible. So it's sort of a part of a 1.25 billion AI infrastructure capital program. Okay, so that's LRHC. There was one that I could see earlier that is under a dollar. See it right now. Of course, there's the other aspect. Will your White House care what it says? That's the other aspect of it, or find a way to go around it. So somebody said Acon did a financing. Acon did a financing. Yes, ACON. All right, guys. Let's see. What else? I think that's all that I had on my list. There's other things popping in here. PAVS. Well, obviously, it's not that I don't really remember what happened here. I mean, I can't believe this actually got hit all the way down here on that day, but so they regained Nasdaq compliance. Okay, that is their news today. They regained Nasdaq compliance. Low float, of course, 3.4 million in the float. Well, I'm gonna have to expand this daily chart and just see where it's hard to see. Looks like the next time the daily chart is 383, 280, 280 looks like the next time the daily chart. So obviously we can get through all of that, but so Can't remember what happened here. Perfect Circle, you're absolutely right. Bed Bath and Beyond's, well, they had their, I guess that's the chairman of the board or some director took over the CEO position. That was the news here. I gave it, as you say, I gave it a pulse on the Perfect Circle. And you're in early. You don't usually post until later on. It's in our YouTube room. Well, if AG is popping, mining play. So let's take a look at silver. So silver's been on a bit of a roller coaster. What's happening? Yeah, look at silver today, up 2%. Been on a bit of a roller coaster, you know. And what it's given us the opportunity is a lot of these like AG and lot of the silver plays gap down the last 2 days, gapping down and then popping when silver recovers. Big reversals. You know, 3 days ago, this closed at the high, and then we had this closed at the high. I mean, you can see exactly what happened. Look at the daily candle for silver. But all the way down here, but look at this. They had a recovery and closed right at the high. So that with AG and a lot of the, I'll pick an AG. The symbol for silver, of course. So look what it did. It did exactly the same thing, down and right it back up. So it's not like silver, not like this company had any specific news. Let's take a look at gold. Certainly, gold has not been as volatile as silver. And the SPY. Let's see what's happening with the SPY. So the SPY had a bit of a pop here. There's a Michigan sentiment numbers, I think, at 10 o'clock. I think on the economic calendar that I posted. I think there's Michigan sentiment, consumer 5-year inflation sentiment numbers. Ashkani is speaking at 10 o'clock, one of the Fed presidents. So at 10 o'clock, along with maybe some SCOTUS announcement that gets some action in the market. So we had sort of the opposite. Yesterday was the opposite of Wednesday. That was down Wednesday. The Qs were up. It was sort of a reversal yesterday. So let's take a look at energy. And we just want to take a look at some of the major ETFs, XLE. So XLE, wow, energy had a great day yesterday. Very good day yesterday. There's the 200-day moving average. One day I'm going to look at consumer staples, and who knows? Maybe it'll be above the 200-day moving average. Wow, even consumer staples had a decent day. There's the 200-day moving average. That's probably the biggest day it's had in a long time in terms of the size of that candle, the bar. I'm just looking at a few of them. Retail, I think, was not retail is still moving away from that 200-day moving average. I thought there was one. Oh, it was utilities. Utilities was under. What if utilities has recovered? Yeah. Well, it's on today's pop. The last 2 days, it did finish underneath the 200-day moving average for utilities, XLU. Sure, every other. So really, it's still consumer staples, though it had a nice day yesterday. All right, guys. Some of my just looking at some of my am I trading based on moving average now? I've always looked at the 200-day moving average, but acting as either support. I'm talking to Sean or YouTube room. I mean, I've always had that. the 200-day moving average, just knowing where it is, seeing if a stock intraday is coming into it or down to it, acting as support and resistance. That's nothing new. I've had the 200-day moving average forever, and also the VWAP. Still trade on high and low of the day. I mean, I still look at stocks, near the high or the low of the day, but always know where that 200-day moving average is. This is popping here a little bit here now. Amazon Pharmacy now offering Wegovy pill with insurance and cash options. Okay, so that is through the 200-day moving average. Okay, right at it. Market is in mini fade mode here. And again, this is wrong. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I am going to, comes in now, 9:21. I'm going to make a little change to my races. You don't have to do the same thing, but I'm just going to make a little change. So, first of all, I'm just going to save the layout. And probably next week, I'm going to have a slightly different looking layout. I've got too much going on. And with having too much going on, I'm missing opportunities. So, hey guys, give me a moment as I just rearrange some of these windows. Now, I'm going to make a change. Excuse me. Okay, so these two races are going to start at 9:30. Remember now, your races can start anytime you want them to. Okay, I just choose to see how I got that auto started time 9:30. If you deleted that, if you just uncheck that and check auto start unload, then your race will start whenever your low trade ID is. Now, as long as you don't have the relative volume as a filter, then you can see race in the pre-market if you want. Mamba trade. Bom dia. Is in our YouTube room. Okay, now what I want to do, just want to see if there's anything else sneaking in. All right, now these are the top six in my previous layout. The pre-market actives up had the top 15. These are the top six. I think we have mentioned every one of them. There's again, the ANPA that we do not seem to find any news on. Now I see some news. For Sparko Holdings to acquire Step Distinctive Limited for $975 million in a share deal. So it's tied to the share price. Looks like this is a private company. Let me just start typing. I'm sure it's a private company. I don't see a company that is called Step. Okay. So I guess that's the news. I mean, the acquisition. Well, I guess, but we didn't see that. I didn't see that until right now, 9:17, right there. But that obviously was the news. Again, if you think that this VST is going to continue to move higher, then you can take a look at this VSTL. Okay, so VST on this deal with Meta, 20-year deal with Meta. OPAD is holding its gains so far, guys. OPAD is holding its gains. Yeah, so this has got to do with this $200 billion mortgage bond plan, I guess, in that sector. Okay, so the market had a nice pop right here at around 8:30. I don't know if there's economic news that came out at 8:30, but had a nice pop. Since then, since that time right there, 9 o'clock, since 9 o'clock, we've been in a little bit of a descent. The market's still up a point, a little over a percent. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Look at Lunar, guys. Lunar is on that, I guess, on that stifle news, or I don't know how to pronounce it, never heard it pronounced, but stifle. Um, Basically downgrading it. I mean, they've raised their price target, but they basically said instead of a buy, it's a hold, which is broker speak from we don't like you anymore. I don't know if there's is there, well, you know what? Maybe I can just find out. Be just looking to see if there's a short version of this that you could buy. Yeah, it's not showing. Excuse me, it's not showing up. Morning, Ken. Less than a minute. Okay, guys. Yeah. Well, less than 5 seconds. Well, let's have a great end of this trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, this is interesting. Not getting just because I made that change. Give me a moment. See if this is going to get any. So here's Riot. So what's Bitcoin doing? Actually, Bitcoin is down 300. Hmm. Give me a moment. Maybe I've. Oh, here we go. Okay, now I put a price alert for Lightbridge LTBR. Let's see now. So you see what's happening now. It's right at these highs on the daily chart, right at the highs on the weekly chart. There are one, two, three highs on the weekly chart. It's right there. Now let's see if it can maintain that because on the next high in the weekly chart is around 20 over 21. So over $4 for the next high in the weekly chart anyway. But look what happened. Popped up right to that area and then it came back down. And the reasons I just don't like trading in the first 15. Look at AEHR. This is fading somewhat. Earnings play. Yeah, this is this New Mexico deal, GP deal in New Mexico. On the weekly, the next high is looks like around 170 on the weekly. So a little bit of room. Wow, William, look at the IMRX. I mean, it is even giving up more now. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Lunar continues down. LUNR continues down here, just on that downgrade by Stifle. They had a lot of power in this for this stock today. Hello, ALLO. Did not see this in the free market at all. Look at this thing popping here. So the little change I made in the this race here, I want to make sure that the stock is over the VWAP. Okay, you don't have to do that, but I just decided to make that change. Data vault just over $1. You see how the stock is always going to be above the VWAP. Here's another one getting hit right now. Didn't see really this one in the free market. ABSI, big downturn so far. ABSI. Well, Lunar is still moving down, guys, on that downgrade by Stifle. The downgrade in that, they're saying we don't want you to buy it, maybe just hold it. Zeta, ZETA, an active one also. On a weekly chart, can't see any. The next high in a monthly chart is back in is in February, 26.55. That's it. OKLS. Is that the short? That's the short. I wonder why it didn't show up. So this is the so if you thought OKLO was going to go down, if I this is super cheap compared to the stock, of course. Instead of shorting the stock, you could buy this. Fabulous volume. I mean, there's 5.5 million. Maybe you'll get double the move. It seemed to do it, but because you understand what this is all about. So what a week this has had. This ZNTL. Clinical stage bio. So it's a bio. What a week it's had. Started, the week at $1.37, 331 now. Every day it's had this little move. I'm gonna look at something here, guys. Give me one moment. Dwayne, that seems to happen to you. We're going to have to refresh. Hopefully, the screen is good for everybody. Dwayne is saying he lost the screen. So not in YouTube. Just want to make sure. So here's a silver play guide. So EXK silver play. Moving with silver. So if you're going to take a trade in some silver play, and especially if well, actually, you call this news. Price target is raised to 11 from 775 at Alliance. So there's a little bit of even some more news here. Wainwright, our friends at Wainwright, we put on these lofty price targets. 14.50 a share from 11 at Wainwright. So there are some analysts looking at if there's anybody else. So in theory, they got a little bit of sort of news on their own, okay? But as always, we're going to take one of these. I have this thumbnail chart, SLV. Andrea, first time here. How does it work? Well, are you first? Wow, look at the SPY guys. Big move here. So are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Number one, Andrea. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Okay, so 30 minutes ago. So welcome. Now, if you haven't done this, I usually go over this around 10 o'clock, but I'll show you something right now. Because you've got to familiarize yourself with the program a little bit, okay? I mean, what you're seeing here, these are some races. These are generating ideas. Doesn't mean everything you see here is tradable, or I will trade it. But that's the whole idea of trade ideas. So you can generate ideas that make sense to you. But if you take a look at I put my homepage link in, and if you scroll down a little bit, you see where it says education. Click on the more info. And then if you haven't done this already, this is mandatory you do this. They're getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos, okay? If you haven't done this, you must do this. I mean, it's a software program. Like any other software program, there's a learning curve. We try to simplify the learning curve in this getting started, but you must do this first, okay? you haven't done already, because that will give you an idea about what alert lists are or alerts, um, top lists are, charts. Okay. Okay, guys. So there's the GP. So GP had a little bit of pullback because the last time I saw it was a dollar 50. So GP a little bit of a pullback. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm just this deal with the our spy chart. I don't understand it. Give me a moment, guys. I have to. Okay, so Zeta continues, guys. Zeta continues. ZETA continues its move here. So this is one. There's one that did move right on the market open. Well, I can see we had an early pop for SGMT from RAI so far. No, will that last? Two doesn't look well. Unfortunately, I when I look left for two, TWO two, the next high in a monthly chart is 1214, very close to the current high to the current price. So for that reason, it becomes something I don't want to trade. APLD, Vito, I know you're talking about APLD. Uh, Interesting day. I mean, it released earnings, but it sold off as high as 35.31 and came down to 31.88. So it's still below yesterday's high, but it is moving. Perhaps perfect circle, perhaps. I mean, that's the conjecture that SCOTUS might release something at 10 o'clock Eastern. Maybe. Okay, look what happened with AEHR. Remember, it opened and then it moved down, and now it's right back up. This is an earnings play. Well, Acon is showing up on my gap scanner, but it's not shortable for me. It's a potential short, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. So and this is what I'm talking about in the gap scanner. Okay. So it's interesting. We're seeing APLD in both of these races. This is a large cap race, but it's also showing up in what I call the volatile race. There's VLN, guys. Okay, VLN. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. VLN semi on the move. However, look at the weekly chart, and the next high looking left is just around 2. So for me, there's no way I can take it right now. Well, look at the Skywater. I mean, it's unfortunately it's just too extended right now. But I mean, look at SKYT. It has taken out. It's right at yesterday's high. SKYT right at yesterday's high. Whoa! Look at the look at the bounce. Yeah, look at the bounce for IMRX, William. Yeah. The only reason I see it is I have it. I still have a thumbnail from yesterday. It was a chart. Yeah, from 420 to 470. All right, guys, AEVA. This is now the next high in a monthly chart, 2058. That's far enough away. 2067. So it looks like there is some room for AEVA. Okay. So this is interesting. It's just over the whole number. Bid ask 1905, 1907, 1915. So not a fabulous spread, but in fact, it's getting worse. What? Wow. I mean, that drives me crazy. I mean, the spread got very didn't get good or didn't get very it widened. Now it's tightened. 1915, 1920. Be careful. What I'm talking about, 1906, 1920. So got to be careful when it gets when the spread is volatile. Okay, keep an eye on this ASPI. Okay, it's through the VY, it's through the 200-day moving average. We're right a little bit above it. There is the next high, uh, 809. I think and it got there. You can see how that blocked it briefly anyway. And if it can get through that, the next high in a weekly chart is it's got room. It does have some room. Okay, look at the weekly chart 929. So I'm going to put a price alert around over 8 again and see if it takes it out again. It's showing up on my gap scan. It's a gap up and go. Look at the market though, man. Oh man, we're in that. I mean, these aren't. I mean, they look probably worse than they are. 692 and the 690. But I mean, they're just wide bars right now. Wide bars. Okay, so this is a gap down and reversal play. OLN, a gap down, and it's reversing. The high, next high is well, far enough away, obviously. OLN, that was the high yesterday around 23. Well, I see this one came back down to earth. I think the last time I saw this MTEN yesterday, I think it was in the 150s. I think. Yeah, look at that. So that came back down. Look at that. I mean, it's got up to 160 and it closed down here at 60 cents. How ugly is that? But it's over $1 again, and it just got halted. Just got halted. I haven't looked at the halts resumes at all. Yeah, I mean the spread just kept me out of this one. AEVA. Next high looking left on the monthly chart still has some room, 2081. I suppose it would be prudent just to back off, especially if you're going to play some large cap stocks until we do, in fact, get some kind of SCOTUS ruling around a little after, or well, around 10 o'clock. Well, the little ones should not get affected. Oscar, gap up and reverse, okay? OCR, gap up and reversal play. Okay, gap up and reversal play for Oscar guys. OCR has room down to here, 1678. It is, that's the low yesterday. Okay, guys, I've taken a little short on this Oscar. I mean, it's going to be very tight, okay? Tight, stop. It's either going to work for me almost immediately or not. And this is from my gap up and reverse. Well, I don't recommend, should you short? I don't know. I mean, I remember now, I'm not going to tell anybody what to do, but, but I have to keep watching this Oscar. I want to see if we can take that 1750. That's basically where I shorted it. So I just want to see if it can have another leg down. This is all jumbled up again. Hey guys, I'm just watching Oscar right here at 1750. Okay, I'm just wanting to see if I can break down through it. Popped up a little bit, almost got me out, not quite. Okay, I'm taking myself out. I didn't move quickly enough for me, so I'm out of the Oscar short. I may take a look at it later on if it actually takes like 1750 again. But how about an OPAD short? I don't know. Let's take a look. Well, a couple things for me anyway. There are no shorts available for me. Okay, at Interactive Brokers. Number one, not that that should affect you if you have shorts available. I don't know. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, I would watch the VWAP perhaps. You know, if you look at the VWAP at all, the VWAP is right there, so it's still over the VWAP. Could act as support. Okay, that's all I can say about open. I think it's still very strong. Now this is a gap up and reverse for wow. Shoot, I wish I'd seen this one earlier. Tilray. So Tilray's giving up all their most of the gains now. It's an earnings play. Well, it's broker by broker books. When you saw the question is, do brokers generally have a restriction on shorts? It's broker to broker. You know, sometimes I'll look at interactive brokers and they've got short. It's not a matter of restriction. It's just are they available so much? But every broker is different. You know, I can look at IB Interactive Brokers, and there may be lots of shares available for me. But if you know, if somebody has E-Trade or Fidelity or you know, one of the other brokers, maybe there are no shorts available. It's broker by broker. The only broker that seems to have shorts all the time is Centerpoint. They specialize in that. Centerpoint, Cobra, and also Trade Zero. Those brokers specialize, especially, I would say, especially Centerpoint, specialize in having shorts just for about just about anything. But it is broker by broker. Well, so much for that news for GP. GP is starting to fade here, guys. The news on New Mexico, basically helping them build a vehicle manufacturing facility. Okay, guys. Well, it's 9:59, so yeah, like William, I'm going to sit my hands for a bit now, just to see if there is any reaction at 10 o'clock. If POTUS actually comes up with some kind of a tariff, you call it a ruling, but information. Yeah, you know, I toyed with it. I actually thought about taking this one at about 110, but I didn't. When it broke over $1 and right around the 110 mark, it looked like it was going to, you know, maybe challenge yesterday's high. But that's pretty brutal, you know. I mean, remember now, that stock got up to 159 and it sold all the way down, back down to 60 cents, basically from whence it came. So, I mean, that is brutal. So the Michigan numbers are out, right? That's what you're talking about, William? What we're talking about right here. Michigan, a lot of Michigan numbers out, consumer sentiment. Also, Kashkari is going to be speaking, 5-year inflation expectations and all that. But so a bunch of Michigan numbers are out. And at 10 o'clock, okay, there's the Oscar now. Hmm. Okay, guys, well, I reshorted it. It's under 1750. I want to see it has a little bit of a move. I don't expect much out of it, but because the next low is, well, I don't have Oscar up and running. I have it on my other monitor. That's why I could follow it. And so it's just coming from my gap. Where is it now? Where was the first alert? Right there, 1757. 950 was the time. Gap up in reverse. There you go. SCOTUS will not issue a ruling on tariffs today. Okay. The big T's and then the any reason given. Not that they need a reason, I suppose, but all right, guys. As I wait on the Oscar to see if it does anything for me, let's go over my homepage. It is now 10:04, so I guess we don't have to worry about a Scottish ruling, SCOTUS ruling affecting the markets today, anyway. Good one, William. Yeah, so perhaps some of the retailers like Nike, like you're saying, Nike and Lululemon. Take a look at Nike, who are affected by tariffs. Maybe hoping for a break. Yeah, good eye on that one. And airlines. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, good spot on this one. Let's see if it rebounds though. All right, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. This promo is still on. Probably, I'd be shocked if it's still available on Monday. I know they extended it until today. So you can still get 28% off our premium annual subscription. Otherwise, 25% off a standard annual and also 25% off a premium monthly and a premium standard. So please listen carefully. If you take out a monthly subscription, you will get 25% off the first month only. Okay? First month only. And all I ask, if you do take out a subscription, is that you use my code, whatever the code is going to be. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and what I call the main room. So if you're in YouTube right now, there is another trading room. I call it the trading room. And why come here? There's just a lot more interaction amongst other traders. Okay, so if that's what you're looking for, more interaction amongst other traders, then come into this room. If you don't care, you just want to hear me and see my screen, you can stick in YouTube. And this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I open YouTube at around 8:30, get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So why don't I open the room? Well, I don't actually open the room at 6:45. Ovi in our trading room opens it up. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. That would be 3:45 a.m. my time. So thank you, Ovi, again for opening the room at 6:45. Now, I typically take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later for questions, but even after I leave, in this room, the trading room, William, most of the time will keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him. These gentlemen don't have to do it, but they do. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay, you must do this. Click on the education section. The first thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is short videos, 12 of them, that to get you started with Trade Ideas. We're trying to just obviously cover all the major aspects of the program to get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, of course, but it'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product and, is this the right type of product for you, take a look, start off at that second video and go to the end. After watching the 11 videos, you should have an idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. And if you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. This is all free. There are 15 videos that will, get you started. I mean, obviously, again, not going to make you an expert in all sorts on chart reading. A lot of that comes with experience, but at least it'll get you to understand about when you click on a symbol and you see a chart, what is the chart trying to tell you? Okay? Now on my home page, click on my home page again, and if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see this called Keep It Simple, Get the Trade of the Week. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? Now, you're looking for information that I am sharing. Go down here, click on my homepage link, and you click on the custom on the scan section. Okay, this is what I am currently sharing. These are a couple that you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. The biggest gainers. This is wide open race, volatile race. This has market cap as a filter in here, 500 million minimum market cap, minimum 50 million float. So you're not going to get, I mean, this is, wow, here's the RGC. I was just going to say, you're rarely going to get anything over 1%, but of course, here's the RGC doing its thing again. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the halt resumes, not terribly active this morning. And I also have my gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have it up and running on another monitor. And a couple other scans that I don't have up and running. I have a momentum scan and then the combo scan. So if you have questions about any of these, just let me know. And remember, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I can't answer it if it's something I can't answer. An accounting type question, typically I cannot answer, but I can do but I can directly to people who can. Yeah, so maybe the market was hoping there'd be some some tariff news. So maybe that, but you're right about the, you were right about Nike and some of them. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for me in the Oscar. I had a little bit of a profit, didn't take it, so I'm out of it again. Oh, forget about me and Oscar. Okay, risky one, INBS. This is showing up on the gap up and go. Okay, so it's taken out the highs up here. We're waiting to see if it can hold 18. Yeah, I mean, another one. I just, the spread drives me crazy. So, I mean, it just tightened a little bit, 18, 1805. But just a second ago, it was, I mean, the spread won't matter so much if the stock tacks on for a couple of dollars, but you just don't know that. So this INBS now, I mean, there's the next high looking left on the daily chart, and that is certainly far enough away, $19. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, INBS is pretty wild. I mean, it's it's just hard to commit for me anyway with that spread. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, guys, I am watching it, but got to be something easier to trade. Okay, open now. Open is this is a gap up and go on the gap scanner. Gap up and go. Wow. So MTEN came out of its halt, but didn't do anything great. All right, your CETX, this is showing up now in the gap up and go. Now the next high looking left, it's got some room, 440 or so. Okay, very choppy, man, oh man, very choppy on the 2 minute chart, choppy on the 5 minute chart. Good for you if you found a way to trade it because it is, for me anyway, it's very, very choppy looking. Well, not smooth, but good for you if you found a way to trade it, Todd. All right, I'm just looking now. Actually, my gap scanner, still, I've got to maybe have to, I don't know, fixing it, but I'm getting too many alerts. Now, how about the momentous gap down and reverse, MNTS? This has been a wild one. MNTS, okay? This is a gap down and reversal play. The trigger was 1196, okay? Meaning it took up the high, was at the high of the day. So I keep an eye on the momentum. The longer it holds over 12, I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room. $15 was the high yesterday. And I'm talking about the MNTS is a gap down and a reversal play. Okay, INBS. Do I dare? No, no, you just can't risk it. 1788, 1824. I just can't risk it. So that was the bid ask. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously some filters blocking it. CETX is showing up for me. Now, when you say spread, you have you have the spread filter in there using a spread filter. All I can say is obviously something is blocking it. I can't tell you what it is. Are you talking about looking left to see where the next high is? So again, when you say the spread, you're not talking about the bid ask. Are you talking about the distance to the next high, looking left when the stock makes the high for the day, and then it looks left to see where the next high is? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about? I mean, the spread is this, right? The bid ask. So this might be just semantics, but Okay, PCRX is now a gap down and go. PCRX is a gap down and go. So this is a weak stock. This is sort of spready one, but nice bounce for Lunar, guys. I was actually wondering about that. It was a very nice bounce for Lunar, LUNR, off the lows here, but a dollar bounce. I'm continuing to wait on the MNTS to see if it. Well, see, I'm glad I waited. I mean, it did not take out 12 again, so I'm glad I waited on it. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, first of all, if you use the spread filter, for a stock that has a tight spread all the time, that's fine. But remember, this if I understand what you're saying, the spread filter though, I don't use it because you might say, well, only show me a stock if the spread is no more than say 5 cents. Okay. At the time of the alert, and if you get an alert, it might be 5 cents, but 2 seconds later, half a second later, it could expand, to 30 cents, depending on the type of stock you're looking at. So that's why I don't really use the spread filter at all. Now, whole number, yeah, you can put. I think I know what you're talking about. You can only see stocks, a little bit above the whole number or a little bit below, depending if you're going long or short. Well, I didn't. When I say didn't like CT, I mean I'm just looking at the chart. When I say I didn't like CETX, I mean it's pretty messy looking. It's very choppy on 5 minute, 2 minute, very very choppy looking. I personally would not be able to figure out an entry. That's all. I'm glad Todd did. Yeah, SPY big bounce. I mean, this is wild action on the SPY now, guys. How about Nike? Did it bounce? Yeah, look at that. So, William, I bet any money you played this bounce. So it's right. It's through the VWAP right now. Through the VWAP. Yeah, open is still surging a bit here, guys. Up 18% now. Now coming right into the next high, looking very close, very close. This is shortable for me. 16 million are available in case that high right there, that red line on my chart, that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. You can see it. So that could stall it. All right, guys. The ZNTL is still I mean, I mentioned this one earlier. I mean, what a great week it's had, and can't see anything on the weekly chart. So where is that next high in the monthly? Looks like $4. Yeah, $4. So it still has a little bit of room until that monthly high. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but what a great week this has had. Hmm. And then the nonsensical RGC, right back up now. So I had the big sell off yesterday. Got up to what, $69 and sold down to 41. But bouncing. All right, APLD. So it is now above the last two monthly highs and now 39.75. So it is just around the whole number, 36. Earnings play yesterday. I know people are going to say, well, no, it was on the 7th, but it was after hours. So the reaction was yesterday. This one, eras. This is a little bio. It's had a great yeah. So it had that was the day, that was Thursday when sorry, that was Wednesday when that Abby and but what was it, RVLN or something like that. Anyway, the bios went crazy towards the end of the day, even the little ones. Okay, guys. Well, this is no, I should have mentioned it. I mean, I mentioned it PCRX. This was a gap up in reverse. I ended up getting a little bit of it, but it's still. I mean, I don't trust these right now. They're when you see if it can break 23. That's the PCRX. I'm just trying to pay a little more attention to my gap scanner today. Speaking of that, SMR just showed up. Of course, with all the nukes. Actually, thank you for reminding me, Ken. It's not so much that I like it, but let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, so if I click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, and then I'm going to scroll down where it says show more. I'm going to scroll down. Now we're going to take a look at the sectors. Okay, let's see if they fixed this yet. Jeez. Wow, look at the guys. The nukes are going crazy right now. SMR, NNE, the nukes are going crazy right now. Probably take a look at LTBR. Man, how hard is it to fix this? Pepe, where are you? Fix this. Please. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay. Well, I wish Pepe was a developer and just fix this. I mean, it's crazy that I mean, all these other ones are fine. It's just that for some reason the time frame is on used historical, or not even used historical. It's stuck on yesterday all the time. So you have to go in here. I mean, it's not. It's is it the end of the world? No, but it's crazy that you have to do it anyway, guys. So this all I want to show you right now. So these are some of the major sectors. Okay, we've added some NLR, which this is the new this is a good one to have right now. Obviously, this is an ETF for the nukes. Okay, so the OKLOs, SMRs, NNEs, etc. So you can see right off the bat, this is a very nice one to have. Now, it would be nice to have the nukes as one of these because, I don't know what all the nukes are. I mean, we know all the favorite ones are, but anyway, here's silver. Okay. So what this is showing you, this is the change from the close. That's a big move. I mean, 4.5%. Silver 3.5%. So these are some of the major sectors. Okay. And so you can see right now with the market being up 3.75. Yeah, is that right? Yes. Okay. The SPY's up 3.75. So is there a weak sector? So here are the weak sectors. This is what I was maybe what you're referring to, Ken. So take a look. I mean, yeah, 78% of these stocks that are in here, or the sectors that are in here, are up for the day. But what I would do, I would also take a look. Well, what is a weak sector? So XRT being retail is a weak sector, maybe dragged down by Nike, right? Because Nike was hopeful, maybe hoping that the tariffs might be removed or something would happen. So Nike and a lot of the retailers probably dropped. So that probably is the reason why retail is weak. It's not down a huge amount, but it is down from yesterday's close, as is OIH, and not a huge amount. So now the next step is take a look at the individual sectors that we've got here. And so this is what you were talking about, Ken. There's not one that I can really see. What I was hoping for is that maybe you see one sector that is, virtually everything is positive. So here's XLE. What that 60% means is that 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, well, here's one, utilities. 83% are above yesterday's close. 16% are down. So I would take a look maybe at the stocks that are down counter to the rest of its sector and see if there's anything interesting happening. That's only down minus 0.4%. But if that had been down, I don't know, 2 or 3%, you probably want to click on it just to see, well, wonder why that one is running counter to the sector. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't, so for those of you, some of you, this is maybe all you want to do all day long. Just take a look at the sector status channel and look at the strong stocks within the sector, the weak stocks within the sector, and figure out a way to trade them. Perhaps that could be just a great way to trade. Okay, guys, I'm still in this short of PCRX. I'm just waiting to see if it can break down underneath 23. So you can even have a race based on these major sectors. But that is really interesting. I mean, the end. Just have to look. I'm glad we added this one. I wish though that we had. I mean, you can create your own if you can find some list somewhere of the nukes that make up NLR. Maybe in Van Eck, you can take a look, and then you can create your own little chart or your own little window with those stocks in there. Or if you just thought but this, I'm not saying to do this, of course. I'm just saying though that if you thought that the nukes were going to just continue, you didn't want to pick one of them. Again, here's the ETF for the industry, for the sector. Doesn't trade very much. That's one thing I will say. I mean, it's only 275,000 shares. Okay, so it really doesn't trade that much. Spread isn't. I mean, it's got $1 on a. I'm not saying to. In fact, I'm wondering if there's something else. What if there's another ETF for it? There you go. So there's Ritz. Is now let's see if on that. So he just so there is the holdings. Great stuff. So what you can do, thank you for that. I mean, I knew you probably could do it. So what you could do here, unfortunately, I bet you this is yeah. So you just have to type the symbols in. Now I don't. I mean, this is uranium, so okay, it is. But you're looking for the pure nuke stock like the OKLOs. Or I would SMR. I want to make sure it was LTBR. NNE is here. I would add LTBR. Maybe take. I mean, so you could create a symbol list with these in here. Okay, guys. Now this one was now this would be interesting. What's the spread like? Not terrible. Okay, Moon Lake. This had some big, I guess, well, pretty big news yesterday, but it sold off. You can see what it got to. It got up to 1638, but it sold off down to 1434. Watching this one yesterday to see if it would bounce off that level, it really didn't. But today it's above yesterday's high. So that is Moonlight MLTX. Now, guys, I actually didn't even know this. PCRX is actually from our AI also. I did not see it there. So you can see I'm short this one, but I did not see this. So 2420, I'm nowhere near that. Still working for me now, though. But that's not why I took it. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it there. Okay, guys. Okay, this is a gap down and reversal play right here, SDSS. And this had a, I remember seeing this one yesterday. So this gap down a lot, but it's trying to reverse. Now, just because, in my gap scanner, just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's going to continue to reverse. It's just at the time of the alert, it was reversing and it met all the filter requirements, okay? It doesn't absolutely mean, I mean, I wish it were that simple. That, yeah, just take the trade and it's going to keep reversing. But obviously, it's got room. Okay, guys, I have covered some of the PCRX at the 23 level. Okay, that's a short. So this is a reversal play now, the gap up and reversing, and IMSR. Now, you can always adjust my that gap scanner because the problem can be is that you're only going to, like in this case, you're going to get an alert when it hit the new low, made a new low of the day. If you get a candle early on, or even down here, or bar on the candle bar, you're gonna have to take that out. If you can also adjust my that scanner to say, show me on a 5 minute low, so you'll get it earlier. The problem can be though you might get a lot of alerts. I might tinker with it in order to get the 5 minute low, but increase the other filters so I don't get so many alerts. Because of course then you'll catch it a lot earlier. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to keep moving down, but on a 5 minute alert you would have caught it around $9, and then now it's at 8.60. If that makes sense. I think somebody is using the 5 minute. I do have it here, I believe. Well, I call it 15 minute, but let's take a look at it. Yeah, I may have changed it to 5. I don't know. 15 might be a bit of a trade-off. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's not going to show it here because, well, let's see. Okay, let's just sort of see here. So here's RKT. Okay, yeah. So you can see. I might actually try to use this and tighten up the filters a little bit because you see what's happening here. Here's RKT made a new 15 minute low. That's what that is showing us. I mean, 2 minute chart. Okay, but you with the other one, you'd have to wait for it to take out the low of the day, which is down here at 22.23. I don't know if this is all making sense to you, but the other thing I want to do is I want to add in the. So if I tighten up the filters, the other filters though, because I just don't want to get inundated with alerts. Oh, I see. I only have, these are just the reversals. I don't have the, oh, I've got two of them. Okay, the 5 minute reverse, gap down in reverse, gap up in reverse. Okay, interesting. I made this a long time ago. Just watch it for a while. So these are just reversals, which of course that makes sense because it's the reversals that can give you maybe late alerts because it has to take up the lower the high of the day. Good morning, PJ. Yeah, I'm a little more interested in this, guys. Gap reversal in a 15 minutes. So if I put a 15-minute, you can see what's happened, okay? It's a 15-minute low. Doesn't have to take out the low of the day. And well, you're saying SMR dump, and look at the LTBR. So, and here's SMR there. So, even though the nukes were flying earlier, question is, do I stay in the from our YouTube room from Shaw? Do I stay in the trade as long as it respects the wave? Um, as a general answer, yes. The issue that I've seen with some of these, though, the wave is not it has been very erratic. Okay, but if I was in, let's see if I can find anything that. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So let me try. So okay, here's PCRX. Okay, now again, for me, it's not about seeing a sell flag or a buy flag at all. Okay, it is if I click on an alert and I like what I see and I take the trade, and so obviously, if I'd been able to get the PCRX up here, I'd still be in this trade, in this trade, in this trade. But you know me and whole numbers. So the minute I got to a whole number, I would take some off. But I'm still in this trade, okay? Because the wave is not turned blue yet. So in this particular case, this is a larger cap stock, I guess. Yeah, it's not huge, not a huge market cap, but it is a larger cap stock. But so in this particular case, I would maintain my position because the wave is not turned blue yet. Okay, but it allows me to keep in this position even when there's a little pop up because I've taken some profit. Now, it depends where you get in. If you got in right here, well, first of all, you shouldn't because that would be a chase. But if you're in early enough and then you get into the trade and then the wave is working for you, the trend is working. Remember what the trend all the wave is a trend, okay? So the trend is weak and until it turns blue, let's see if it did it on a 1 minute chart. I doubt it, but let's just see. Yeah, a little buy flag there, but I mean, it really was nothing. So I don't know if that answers your question, but this has helped me immensely keeping trades a lot longer than I ever used to. Immensely. It's a nice visual aid. I mean, you can trust the wave. You can trust it. I mean, when it's orange, it means the trend is weak. You can trust that for sure because it's all math. But when you start to see this, when you start to see, okay, starting to consolidate a little bit, sure, I would be definitely, taking some off. Oh, I already have, okay, I already have. Or GP. showing. Are you talking about GP, the stock? Ah, four. Where's four on the? Yeah. So four. Yeah, you didn't do shift four. Well, on this one, I don't see it. Okay. Well, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, but I mean, on a 15 minutes, sort of, but depends on the time frame you're looking at. See, right now, this is, there's no trend. You can say there's a trend on the 15, yes, but then of course your stop has to be a lot wider. Does that make sense? Even here now, here, you could argue that it's consolidating, and maybe. So you can also see that it makes a huge difference whatever time frame you're looking at. You can have a you can have like a 15-minute time frame and it's all blue, and then go to a two. Two, you can see orange. In this particular case, I'm looking for something that has, and typically it's more difficult with the cheaper ones, the low flow cheaper ones, to find like solid trend. Whereas with these ones, the larger cap stocks, typically, look at that. I mean, here, little, if you had taken this trade here, the silver trade right around here. Now, there's no question, right there, I would have taken some profit right there. But if I'm in down here, I'm going to take some profit the minute one of the bars, especially if it pierces the bottom of the wave. Ideal situation for me, you're not going to find it all the time, but the ideal situation for me is a narrow wave like this with the bottom of the bar still keeping in touch with the top of the wave. So it doesn't get too parabolic. Now, if you're in down here, of course, you'd love to see it parabolic. You want a big price set, but the problem with it depends where you get in. Once it gets parabolic, you can rest assured that people are going to start taking some profit probably. So it's just easier to keep in the trade when the wave is pretty narrow, and the bottom of the bar keeps in touch with the top of the wave. That's what I have found. Okay, that's what I have found. There's no video. Well, shouldn't say that. If you're interested in more information about trade wave, click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then click on the Ripsters channel. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. Click on the Ripster Rippers, and there's a video that will pop up somewhere. Pop up on my other monitor. If you don't see it, it might be behind the channel, but you can watch that video, and that gives you an idea about what the trade wave is all about. Okay. And here, I don't use these scans at all. You can take a look at them, but these are some scans. You can take a look at it. And if you want the trade wave on your chart, just let me know. I don't want to go over it if most of you have it on your chart. But if you want it on your chart, just let me know. I'll show you how you can get it. It's not an add-on. It's part of our standard service. We get the question all the time. I get out of trades too soon, or how do I know when to take some profit, or how can I stay in a trade longer? Well, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but it certainly has helped me. And even William said, he's been trading for probably longer than I have. He said it's probably the best thing that we have done as far as an addition to the service. Probably the best thing we've ever done. Well, in the last, say, 5 or 6 years. And I agree. So gold is talking about ASVP, okay? Oh, so this is a super duper cheap one. ABSP, okay. Or ASVP. ASVP. Why? ASVP. key. Well, good luck. Yeah, there's nothing I trade, but good luck. And I shouldn't say it like that. When I say nothing I would trade, I just don't trade stocks under a dollar, okay? So I'm not trying to diss you or anything like that. I'm not trying to say this is nonsense for you to do. What I saw what you posted. Good luck. It's just that I just don't trade stocks under a dollar. That's all. But I hope in a month from now, this is $3, and I'm going to say to myself, why didn't I take that at 10 cents? I'll only buy OCG if it's under a penny. Oh wow, is that right? I can't tell if I mean, it says 0.002, not 0.02. But then I'm looking at the bid ask in Interactive Brokers. So this is wrong. No, no, no. It's my eyes. It's my eyes. Okay. It is 2 cents. I'm sorry. I thought that said 0.0002. Well, they're going to have to do something, Blaine. And I'm sure you know this, Gold. Well, maybe you don't, but if you don't know this, yeah, I mean, it's a NASDAQ stock, so I don't know what, and it's almost a year, you're right. I wonder how they've been able to maintain their NASDAQ listing. I mean, there are other rules, of course, but typically a stock to be on NASDAQ has to be over a dollar. So it's been under a dollar for over a year. Yeah. 40, are you kidding me? Is that 20 to 1 or 4,400 to 1? Trying to read what you said there, William. So 4,400 to 1. I'm not sure I've seen a reverse split that high. Oh, up to, of course. Okay. Yeah, I doubt if they do that because that would create an $88 stock, but up to anyway. Well, maybe that's in case it gets down to like the 0.0001. Okay, guys, here's ERAs now. ERA's making a new high. I'm actually intrigued by this thing now, guys. This gap reversal scanner. So what's happening is that if it's green, I mean, I know it says 15 minutes, but if it's green, it's a 5 minute reversal, and if it's yellow, it's a 15-minute reversal. So there's the BBNX. I mean, it has a long ways to go. So Stifle has come into the fray on this one, maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 31. So it's not that this is not a new thing for them, but so if I were ever going to take this one though, it would have to take out the VWAP. So I'm going to put a price alert just a little bit above, right around the VWAP, just to see if it takes it out. I don't know why these lines showed up. Give me a moment. Wow, 11:05 already. What a fast morning for me. And again, a reversal scan, just a pure reversal scan, might be a lot of you might like that as opposed to just looking at stocks near the high and the low of the day. A lot of you love to play reversals. Well, somebody was talking about OPAD earlier. Well, this is definitely reversing. I just don't have shorts available. But definitely, it's reversing underneath the VWAP now. So I know it was an AI alert. So Blaine, was that you? I know somebody had this scan or created took my scan and with the reversals made it so it didn't have to take out the low of the day or the high of the day. Somebody, I mean, I've had this one for a long time, but I just haven't really used it. It wasn't you, okay? Somebody did. So you're talking about a silly press release from SMX? Oh, I see. Ah, this is what you're talking about. What if silver could spill the tea inside SMX's vision for tracking precious metals? Okay, so obviously, when you read what they do, it says as a holding company which engages in the provision of authentication, and authentic, authentication, there you go, offers brand protection, authentication, tracking technology. Okay, so I guess what they're trying to do is get into, I don't know. I'm not going to read this. Premise almost sounds sci-fi, but the execution is anything but flashy. SMX uses microscopic molecular markers, completely invisible, incredibly durable, and embedded directly into the material. If silver were marked at the mining stage, it could carry its identity through refining. Okay, well, whatever. What do I think about Moon Lake from our YouTube room, MLTX? Well, it was last I saw it. We took out yesterday's high, but I don't see that it. Yeah, I mean, wow, I took out yesterday's high like nothing now. What do I think about it? I wish I'd taken it on the break of the yesterday's high. That's what I think about it. I mean, and if you see, that's what I'm talking about. Now, the wave is a little, I mean, it's not super narrow, but that's what I'm talking about. If you were able to take this trade, around on the break of the VWAP, I'm not talking to you necessarily, Ram, but take on the break of the VWAP, if that's the player you are, you'd be in this trade constantly. That you may have taken some off here, a little bit of a downturn, not much. You may have taken some off here, but ride the wave, ride the wave. What do I think of it now? I mean, it's pretty extended now, but man, I mean, it obviously has got a tremendous amount of room on the monthly chart and on the weekly chart. I just don't. I mean, it had news yesterday. Good spread too. I mean, nice spread now. I don't know if the spread was this tight before, a 2 cent spread, but the China stock. Sorry, I'm sorry, Switzerland. Should know that better. It's a Swiss stock. There's the cross. So would I ever hold this? Never. You know what? I have a feeling. Isn't this is the one? I think that. Correct me if I'm wrong, William or others. I think this is the one that really started the big drop in some of these China stocks that were moving higher and higher. We couldn't really see any news on them, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you know, I mean, this got right down. I think this was one of the first ones that it happened to. There was no real. I don't think there was any real news on this one. I may be wrong. I think it just finally the buyer said, "Let's get out of this," and there were a number of them, a number of these. Except I'm wrong. These were China stocks. This is Swiss. I keep thinking this is a Swiss stock. So I don't know. I can't remember why this happened. The story is in the bear cave. Okay, thank you, Larry. So that was they're the ones who hit it. Okay. This one I missed. Well, I saw it. I've seen it all day long. The CGON. This was on my Gap Up and Go scan right around here. You would have, you could have definitely taken some and then got out some here or all and then rebought it. And it's right here also. And it's one, I haven't gone over the races. Anybody want me to go over the races, the concept? It is now 11:13. I'll be taking a break in about 45 minutes. So if anybody wants me to go over the concept of racing, just let me know. Why are you seeing these stocks? I think it's a good, it looks at, can keep you focused, creating a top 10 list of stocks to follow all day long. Now, BBNX. Hmm. Okay, guys, right at the VWAP now, right at the VWAP. Okay, BBNX, right at the VWAP. The VWAP's 2131. It's right at the VWAP. Will it take out the VWAP and maybe come back a bit? Obviously, it's got a tremendous amount of room. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but or will the VWAP act as resistance? If it gets a little bit further above the VWAP, I'll probably take this trade, just to see. The wave has turned blue a little bit here, but it challenged the VWAP. Come on. It's right at the VWAP. The bid ask is 2116, 2128. So, if the bid catches up to that ask, it could get going. We're talking about the BBNX. What's the float? Pretty low float, 33 million. Not crazy low, but well, you don't try it. I'm not going to. I mean, the spread is not good, guys. So I'm not recommending it. But when I say recommend, I'm not telling anybody to do it. But the spread is not great. It could be one of these that it won't matter. Wow, Moon Lake, gap up and go. I mean, it's showing up again. The gap up and go. Wow. So interesting the way it traded yesterday. I mean, it got up to 1639, but it closed down here. I mean, the news was yesterday. I mean, the news seemed to be pretty good, obviously, but it just could not maintain the highs. But look at today. That's going to drive me crazy here. The MLTX, it just keeps making new high after new high now. Look at that wave, though. That is that's a thing of beauty. The only time you may have taken, in fact, even here, you didn't have to take anything out. Right there, where if you can see what I'm pointing at, this is a 2 minute chart where it actually just pierced below the low of the wave. That's where I would have taken some off if I had been in the trade, of course. And then, but you just hold on, hold on. Still in this one. I mean, I've taken some off around the 22 mark. Sorry, the 20 or the 23 mark. But the wave, the wave has not turned blue yet. Even on a 2 minute, has not turned blue. Well, Yeah, I mean, this is one that I was thinking about taking, Rich, INDS. I was thinking about taking it, it early, but the problem was the spread. There it is, 1720, 1770. The spread is just awful. So I was waiting to see if the spread could tighten up over 18 and never did. But I mean, we saw it. We've seen this one last week. It's really hard to commit when the spread is like that. All right, guys, 11:20. Oh, I'm just going to see who's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I thought it would be Andy, so Andy's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, about 12 o'clock, 40 minutes from now. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, DNX is starting to work. Still over the VWAP. Oh, this is the spread. The difference between the bid and the ask. Okay, 161. That's the spread. That's what I'm talking about. So, when you look at INBS, oh, you're welcome, Rich. If you look at INBS as an example, it's very hard to commit to something that has a spread of 1752, 1794. Okay, I mean that's a terrible spread, almost a 50-cent spread. It means if you wanted the trade right now, you'd have to take it at 1794. Now with IB, I can try to select somewhere in between, but it just for me it makes it untradeable. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Now, some may look at that and go, I don't care, and that's fine. That's the way I look at it. All right, guys, 11:22. So yeah, so I just confirmed it'll be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room. So hanging on to the PCRX to see if it, no reason to get out of the trade in its entirety for me. Yes, took some off, or I took some off even before that little jog up. You know, me and the whole number, we don't like each other. So took it off, some off at 23. Is there a difference between free float and float? I don't know what free float means. So I'm sure I could look it up, like Google it or ask Gemini, but I'm not familiar with that term. I just look at the float. Float's available number of shares traded on a daily basis after you subtract, take the shares outstanding and start subtracting what insiders own, perhaps some big funds own, because then you subtract that from the shares outstanding and that gives me the float. So I don't know if free float is just something different. I really don't know. But I'm sure if I Google it, maybe I'll get an answer. Could be. Just Google it, find out, see if there's a difference. Just do a search or ask Gemini or something like that. Like, why not? Okay. Gemini, is there a difference between free float and float when it comes to stocks?
In the world of finance, float and free float are generally used interchangeably to describe the same thing, the number of shares that are actually available for the public to trade. While they both point to the same concept, free float is more commonly used in formal index calculations, like the S&P 500, whereas float is the casual term used by most traders. The core concept both terms refer to.
There you go. Ask Gemini, my favorite sidekick. Wow, BBNX really working for us if you took it, guys. But I'm with you. I've taken some off at the 22 mark now. Okay, that whole number, just in case you can't remember, it's still weak. It's a weak stock, down a lot, but boy, nice bounce. And where did I find that? I found that on the gap reversal. I mean, we've seen it earlier. Okay, we knew about it in the pre-market, but I've kind of forgotten about it. Now you see what's happened here, okay, and why it would take some. Well, even if it weren't the whole number, see what's happened here is that that bar right there has lost, and that the previous bar, the previous 2 minute bar, is pretty wide, so it's getting parabolic, a little bit parabolic. The bottom of that can of that bar is not in contact with the wave, so it's getting a little bit parabolic, which is wonderful if you're in earlier, like some of us were. But it also points to the fact that some if we'll probably take some profit, like I did. All right, CETX did a mid. Why not? Gemini is awesome. It is awesome. And it even has Pepe's seal of approval. All right, guys. Give me a moment. I'm just waiting on the BBNX to see if it can take out that 22 again. Spread tighten up a little bit also, 21.94, 22. So tighten up a little bit. Well, as I said, Shaw, I mean, the minute it loses, the minute you get a wide bar like that, for me, that means, it's got a little bit parabolic. So that's when I start to, I'll take some profit, but I will hold this. I'm going to keep holding this. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 22 again. Maybe I'll put a price alert right at 22. But that might stop it. I mean, that might be it. Still down 31%. Off topic, but with Gemini, you know what I have found, which to me is it's just incredible. Sometimes I have a program, a software program, or I've bought something and I can't figure out, how to get a setting right, and I go into the manual and I still can't really figure it out, and I ask Gemini, and Gemini somehow is able to go into the guide like in half a second and make it way more clear than the guide was. It always starts off, you know what? It is a disappointment sometimes when you look at the guide. It always starts off. It's conversing with you, and I have found that it really clears up things, makes it so much easier. But to me, the amazing thing is it has had to go into the guide. Finding it online, of course, and yes, thank you, Pepe. Exactly, very good for that. It knows the common issues and solutions, and it treats you like you're in kindergarten, which is fine, without being too condescending. Okay, guys. Getting a little antsy about the BBNX. I just exactly, Pepe. I had a question. I asked yesterday if anybody has got this Aura ring. The ring that basically is great for sleep, but it's it does other things, and I couldn't figure something out. Even though I went online and I looked and I got into their little chat, could not figure it out. I asked Gemini. Boom! Such a clear cut answer. Anyway. How do I change my number in chat to name? I think you just have to log in with, I don't know why some of you, yeah, log in, as Pepe says, log out of the room and log in with a name. You must have not logged in with a name. So it's going to assign a number to you as if you're a prisoner in this room. I've got you trapped. Wow, guys. So this, see, again, I'm going to nag you guys to death on this, but I mean, the PCRX, look, if you had taken this, yes, take some profit off here. No reason to get out of this trade. Okay. No reason. Look at the wave. How do you in extended hours? What do you mean by that? How do I do in extended hours, or how do I don't understand? You probably, what do you mean? You mean how do you have a chart in extended hours, or what is your question exactly, W. Harrison? You have to go limit. You always have to go limit. Okay. Like any other broker, you have to go limit. Okay. You cannot go in market. You cannot do a market order. You have to do a limit order. That's with any broker. Brokers Plus is exactly the same. So that's pre-market and post-market. Well, you've got to go limit. I mean, you've got to go limit. I mean, it's that's all I can say. I mean, I obviously can't demonstrate it now because we're market hours, but that's with any broker. Um, well, broke. Well, our data starts coming in at 4 a.m. Okay, unless you're trying to use a strategy. Okay, so you can only do manual orders then? Is that what you're saying, Pepe? You cannot use a strategy in the pre-market, yes. At least with Brokerage Plus. But you can definitely do manual orders in the pre-market and post-market. Question from our YouTube room is from Teddy. What time frame? Oh, you can't use the strategy then. Okay. In pre-market or post-market. What time frame? I mean, well, okay. First of all, I'm not using. It's not about seeing the flags. Okay, Eddie. It's not about seeing a sell flag or a buy flag. If I happen to click on an alert and I like what I see, and it happens to have a buy flag, okay, great. But it's not a. So, for instance, I'll just use this as an example. If I clicked on AMLX here, okay, and I'd seen this one right here for whatever reason, maybe something I got alerted to it, and I liked the trade. PCRX is a better example because I'm not in. I'm not in at the sell flag. It would have been wonderful if I was, but when I clicked on PCRX, it was around here to 2350 mark. Okay, I liked what I saw, so I ended up taking the short. Okay, and so I'm just looking at the 2 minute chart, riding the wave, and then taking a little bit of profit at that whole number, like I normally would do, and just riding the wave down on a 2 minute chart. So, if that answers your question on a 5 minute chart, I mean, it's even it's even more smooth. So it all depends. I mean, that's what I'm using. I use a 2 minute chart. But again, it's not a matter of seeing a buy or sell flag. It has nothing to do with it. It's just coincidental. If I happen to see one. Hey guys, obviously gone from the BBNX now. I didn't even have to. Again, a stock that is beaten up. I mean, it was still down 32%. Okay, so well, for all the reasons it was down before, they're still there. But not a bad bounce from 22 to 23. Now, here's something. What happens at the VWAP? Will it hold? But look, I mean, look at the power of the whole number. I mean, it's crazy, but I mean that's basically where it stalled, $22. It's not like on a 5 minute chart. It's not like any other area. The next kind of 5 minute is actually 22.57, but 22 was where it stopped. Now, even though it's still or it hasn't turned orange, but within reason. You've got to have some. I guarantee. See, this is what I would normally do if I were still in this one and looking at this. I'd be looking at a 1 minute chart then just to see, and I'm almost 100% sure you're going to see orange. Now you see some orange right there. So you see, even though you don't see it on the two, you do see it on the one. The minute you start getting either consolidation or a little downturn, I would go to a lower time frame. Well, Sean, you see what I said? The minute I start seeing a downturn, but look, it got so parabolic. You can just see how the wave expanded. So that was my warning sign right up here. Even if it weren't a whole number, okay? Okay, guys, here might be an interesting one. SLP. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Now it's trying to come back. It's actually gone positive. The high yesterday, wow, 19. This has got some 1822, 1828 on the bid ask. Not bad. And it's trying, well, it's at least above yesterday's close now. And this is an earnings play today. And you can tell, I mean, the high yesterday was 19. So it does have a little bit of room to run if it wants to. All right, here's a little bit of a run. I mean, the spread isn't wonderful, but it's not, terrible. 27.36 is, I'd like to see a little tighter, but it is starting to run a little bit. Where did I see it? Right here, okay? The gap reversal. So, see, I wouldn't have seen that in the other scan until here, 1840, because that's the high of the day. Is that making sense to people? And I use the 2 minute because obviously it can get you into the trend more near the beginning. But, 2 minute can be obviously more volatile than a 5 minute. You just have to get comfortable with the time frame, Eddie, or anybody asking me. I mean, I hadn't used the 2 minute time frame for years. When I first started trading, that's all I used. I didn't have anything else, just a 2 minute time frame. But for years, I wasn't using it. In fact, for a long time, my smallest time frame was 15 minutes. But if I use a 15 minute and try to use Tradeway, it's going to be way too late for me anyway. There's another real, I mean, I'm not in this one, but here's Liquidia. I mean, look how beautiful that is. The only time if you were in this one near the beginning, say 31, you might take some profit right around here as you're finally getting a little bit parabolic. You take some profit, but you're in at 31, and just hold on, keep holding on. And on a 5 minute, I mean, it's so I mean, there's you could use a 5 minute. I mean, you'll get you might have to have a wider stop and all, but you just have to get comfortable, okay, with whatever time frame you want to use. I'm going to see just for argument's sake, for curiosity's sake. So maybe one day we'll be able to create a scan where you'll get an alert on a buy flag or a sell flag. Right now, we can't do that. Okay, right now. Okay, guys, look what happened here. Gap reversal, PCRX. So I'm not out of everything, but this is getting me, probably out. Well, not probably, got me out more as the bar. I'm definitely going to have to pare down the number of windows I have, though. I'm probably going to get rid of one of these races. So, Market Explorer strategy. Okay, so click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Market Explorer. This box will pop up. Right click, hover over Select Strategy. Another box will pop up. Never mind all these other ones. Trade Wave. Box will pop up, and then click on Trade Wave 5. So the 5 minutes. So these are actually, this is a scan designed to find the buy flag. You cannot adjust anything. Okay, you cannot change the price range. What I want to see, though, I want to just out of curiosity and see if Liquidia showed up. It did not. Oh, yes, it did. Right there. Okay. So at 10:20, the candle had to close. So that would have been a pretty awesome one from here. You see, there's the buy flag. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not. Like I may start paying more attention to this. The problem is you get a lot of alerts that, it's not going to act like it's not going to do the same thing as Liquidia did. Now, this is it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. So, trading higher, the company reported preliminary. Okay, so it's preliminary. So, I suppose if you take a look at these, ooh, look at the, I'm not in it anymore, but look at BBNX, just popped up again. Not in it, I'm not in it anymore. Well, if it's a chop, if the wave is choppy, Teddy, I mean, I don't like this, I don't really, I mean, I use it here, but right now it's kind of choppy. I'm just saying it's not every wave is not. I mean, I like to see something that has a fairly that's fairly uniform on the way up or down, as opposed to chopping up and down like this. This to me, is just not good. So if I happen to click on it, and I look at this, I go, no, don't like it. Lunar is on the move here, guys. I don't know if it went positive yet, but Lunar is now over 19. Had the big sell off early, but it's had a beautiful. What if that showed up? So maybe a little more tension. There it is. Yeah. So there's the buy flag that showed up in the scan for Lunar at 1862 right there. Now, you had a buy and then a sell and then a buy. I would have, well, a couple of things. It was over as long as it maintained over the VWAP. So you could have waited a bit, make sure to see if it would maintain its price over the VWAP. You could have waited a bit. Okay, momentous, MNTS is showing up on a reversal, but would I take it? No. There's the VWAP right above it, so I wouldn't take it just because it's showing up on the reversal scan. I won't take it, but if it gets over the VWAP, maybe. I'm definitely I'm probably gonna get rid of the this one, this race here. I've just got way too much going on. All right, guys. Wow, 11:51 already. Okay, so I better put my announcement up. I'm not done yet. But Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes from now. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 as I take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you'd like to. Whoops, sorry. I put the don't go anywhere, YouTubers. I put the YouTube link in the wrong room. You're in the main room, okay? And stop my music so I can hear Andy when he comes in. Remember, I was talking about the SLP a little earlier, guys, on a reversal. Yeah, RKT, it's a gap up and go. It's a gap up and go. However, look at that. 23.29 is the next high looking left. So I wouldn't, even if it weren't so parabolic, I wouldn't take the trade. Okay, I'm just going to show my homepage before I take off in case anybody wants to take out a subscription to this wonderful program we call Trade Ideas. So again, here is the promo. I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay, the last day for it. So you can get 28% off the premium annual. And why would you take the premium service? Is because you want to have access to the AI. That's the main reason. Okay. I mean, there are other differences between standard and premium, but that's the main reason somebody probably will take a premium subscription, be it annual or standard, or annual or monthly. You can get 25% off the standard annual. You can get 25% off a premium monthly and standard monthly. Please listen really carefully to that. 25% off the first month only, premium or standard subscription. Okay? All I ask, please use my code. Company tracks the use of the codes. I'm moderating 2 rooms, so keep them free as long as they see my code being used often enough. All right? Boy, I should have flipped the script on that. You see, when I saw that reversal for PCRX, I should have just flipped the script on it and gone long. And there was the buy flag, from the, now, would I have taken that trade? No, because look what's happening. So there's the buy flag. Okay. 23.38. But it's coming right into the VWAP. So that may stall it. It might turn into a reshort if it gets underneath 23 for me. I saw this early in the day. I didn't take it, but see right there, look at that buy flag. Nice reversal for OLN. It went positive. It was negative most of the day. It went positive now. Okay, guys, any quick questions before I take off? Andy should be in our YouTube room in about 2 or 3 minutes. So any quick questions? Boy, Lunar looks, as long as it holds over 19, it's pretty extended right now. I mean, obviously it's pretty extended right now, but I was looking to see, in fact, right there, that little downturn right there, and then the break over 19, it probably, there'll be a little football talk. You got to give Andy and me, our 1 minute of football talk, okay, before I let him take over completely. And I know what we're going to talk about. What's for lunch? Cereal. That's for lunch. Yeah, PJ, absolutely. Very exciting. Go Hawks, yes. Perfect circle. Go Hawks. Okay, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. William, you're just a curmudgeon. One of my favorite words. Okay, you're a double. There we go. I hear a little pop. Okay, guys, Andy is now in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour, and now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. How are you this morning?
Barry, doing good. How are you?
I'm a little upset that Ole Miss couldn't hang on. It
Hmm.
was a heck of
Me
a
too. Me too, man. That was a great game.
It was a great game, I
It
was
was a
hoping that
really good
somehow
game.
they'd make the
I
stop
know.
and get them to kick that, just the field goal,
Yeah.
and then we can go into overtime, but not to be.
Yep.
But Miami's a pretty good story too,
They,
coming
they
back.
are. Yeah, they definitely are. Uh, and if they keep going, it always makes my Aggies not look so bad, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But Andy, I know you followed college football for a long time, and so you remember this
Oh
the
yeah.
Florida when the Florida colleges were fabulous. Miami,
Oh.
University of Florida, and then Florida State.
Oh
And
yeah.
then they just went
Bobby Bowden. Yeah.
into nothing, for it's amazing how that happened.
Yeah. I
So
know.
anyway, maybe Miami will. I don't know. It's all about recruiting and that, but
Well,
anyway,
yeah, it's you're getting more and more parity. Like back in the day, like a lot of those players were, there was a few colleges out there. I'm not going to name them, but there definitely was paying players. So
yeah,
uh, everybody was doing it to an extent, but I think some of them are really abusing it. But and they were
free
getting,
McDonald's
yeah, yeah, that's right.
or a free car. Seriously, like
Yeah,
here's a
oh
car.
yeah. Oh,
Here's a
remember,
free car.
Eric Dickerson and Greg
Yep,
James. Oh
yep,
yeah, man.
yep.
SMU, boy, they had a great team that year.
And now, how crazy does it sound? You get a free car now with millions of dollars that these kids
Oh
can make
yeah.
now with the whatever it's called,
Yeah,
the
you
N
know what?
whatever.
It's messed up. I really don't like what's going on. And A&M,
Yeah,
they got, they're probably in the top 5 as far as, the money they can allocate to NIL,
yeah.
but I still don't like it. It's like, you got people going into the transfer portal, half the team
Hmm.
drop, it's just
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. I mean, and if a team like Texas A&M, obviously they got great boosters, lots of money,
Yep.
and so that's what it's all about. Anyway, I said I'd
Yep.
only do it 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, we better get to the market. All right,
We could
man.
spend the whole hour doing this,
We
believe me.
could. We could.
Okay,
We need to
Andy.
do
See
that
you in about an
sometime.
hour.
Yeah. All right, Barry. Have a
Okay.
good one.
Bye.
Hello, guys. Welcome to the support webinar. And yeah, you can't root for Oregon being a yeah. I know the feeling there. Uh, Perfect circle. You got an A in front of perfect now. Yes, I know the feeling. It's like I can't ever root for the Longhorns, right? Uh, but yeah, yeah, I'm in this BBAI. Let's see, is it getting something going here? Man, if it can, yeah, yeah, if it can take out this level over here, this high, 55, yeah, I think this thing could make a quick move to 7. So, but anyway, for those of you guys who are in here, maybe for the first time, my name's Andy, and I'll be taking over for an hour. And if you do have any questions, just drop them in the YouTube chat there. Meanwhile, we can definitely talk markets and talk stocks. Uh, it's been strange lately. It's weird. I don't know if it's the beginning of the year, the reallocation of, I mentioned this in my video of money, but uh, not seeing a whole lot of setups, and it's probably the volatility or whatever. But and it's just crazy. Well, let me give you a couple examples. You get like look at XHB, right? Coming into this day. Who would have thought, you'd get this move from, of course, Trump announced that mortgage thing deal, but that's the kind of stuff we're seeing. Okay, let's look at the XLE, you know, look at this mess, and then all of a sudden, boom, when you start, it's just seeing a lot of action like this, and it's boy, it just the setups haven't been there lately. So, been doing well, but would always like to do better. But it'll settle down, and I mean, how can you argue with all-time highs? But came in doing okay today. Came in not too heavy because I knew we had the jobs numbers, and then we thought we were going to have the Supreme Court's announcement on tariffs, but that they put that off till Wednesday. So I've been trying to peg these miners, these Bitcoin miners, because and Bitcoin as well. It just feels like uh, it's potentially on the verge. Just take a look. I'm not going to pull up the Bitcoin, but we can still take a look at IBIT and kind of get an idea of what we're looking at here. Just ran into its 50, but of course this is a 24-hour market, so this is not going to reflect. But anyway, it's still going to give you the basic pattern and just not going to have the overnight trading. But it feels like it wants to dig in. It's been basing for a long time, so uh, been trying to peg these miners because I think if they do get a move, it could be really something. But Mara, I'm still in it. I scalped out some this morning. I actually caught some on the bottom here just because I think it was just some early morning shenanigans at the open, uh, and was able to catch some pretty close to lows there. I scalped it out pretty close to highs, but I'm still in some, and but I think until it gets above this level, that mentioned when I mentioned, that's where I would get probably aggressive with it when it gets if it gets above what's that number 1074. And of course, got a big position as a still in this ABTC. Hopefully, it can get going here. Irene, let's take a look. Yeah, it looks pretty nice, popping above that level. Focus on this BBAI. Sound is having a really good move up, almost 10%. BBAI is looking much better here. Yeah, excuse me. One of my accounts, I just got to make sure I have a stop in there. And one of the trades I'm in. Nope, I didn't. Let me just go plug that in real quick. Yes. Sorry. All right. Tesla is one of my biggest positions as well. And look, trying to get through the 50. I'd be surprised if it got through that today, but maybe it will. Who knows? If this market continues to kind of ramp. Until something I bought yesterday on the pullback, and boy, this one's setting up. I mean, it's on a multi-year high there, so Like to get more of it. I was hoping for a pullback, a little deeper pullback this morning. I scalped some, and I do that a lot. I'll scalp some and then look to get it back in on a pullback, but kind of like I did on Mara. Path is the most frustrating stock in the world. But so I will cut that if it goes to lows. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on this BBAI. I think it's a good stock of interest. 442 is right at basically the call today. It is a tough one. Well, here's the thing. I mean, until it breaks down, I mean, I think my stop's always been below this 50. Uh, it's it's one that I think is eventually going to do something. But boy, yeah, it can be frustrating. Yeah, hold on just one sec. I got a whining dog. I gotta let my wife know that I'm in a webinar. Sitting there chatting away, and I forgot to unmute myself. My fear with Bitcoin, I really, Steve and I have been kind of going back and forth with this. I really don't think, as long as you have silver that is just ramping, that Bitcoin is going to do well, and also gold is, performing quite well, at close to all-time highs. It just don't feel like there's I mean, I don't know. Just it's the two men enter, one man leave thing. It's like I don't think they both can go. So as long as I'll keep giving it a shot, but here comes Bitcoin trying to kind of roll over to a potential 2 hour low there. Let's pull up Dan's little uh, alert he made the other day. Yeah, yeah. I think as long as it kind of hangs out above 90, I think it's 'cause it's definitely building a base, but uh, yeah, it needs to get above that 95 level and hold. These things have just been a mess lately. This Rigetti and IONQ, they've just been a sloppy mess. I was actually in that this morning, and you see where I got stopped out. Look at these things. This drops like damn near $2, man. Yes, it needs to close back above these moving averages, and I'll stay with it on that path there, Trader 77. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, 3 sharp. Those things are they've just been so nasty. Well, nothing on that right now. Ah, geez, this ABTC is just frustrating me. I may sell everything and just keep Tesla over the weekend. Just throw all my money in Tesla and see what happens. And I gotta put a stop in this little piece of crap too. Oh man, I butchered that yesterday, 3 sharp. I am so upset. What I did was I was in it yesterday. Real good price. I actually bought some at 121 on this lows. I had some down here, probably one of my best trades, well, even going back to last year. And, I did really well, killed that move. And then I had some left. I kept some, my core position, and then I bought some more at like 121 on this day right here, held it, bought some more in pre-market around 127. So I had a nice chunk going into this day, and I forgot I had some offered out. Uh, and anyway, to make a long story short, I had some offered out, and I also did market order on some. Boom, and I ended up getting out of all of it. Yeah, and missed another probably, you know, 25-cent move. I was really, really not happy. Well, I've done well on path, but I am just about ready to dump it. I do that sometimes. May regret it, but 64. Yeah, it needs to hold on. It needs to hold on to this area. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. 64 is the 20 period. Oh yeah, I actually had it like at I think 83 cents. uh yeah, I had it down here like at 83 cents, and held it overnight. And I was really upset because I had a pretty big position, and I was like, "This is crazy. Look at this. It's death march. They could like go bankrupt next morning." So I sold half of it. And of course, I regret it the next day, but I bought some more back in pre-market anyway. It ended up being a great trade, but I could have done a lot better. Yeah, Steve got me in Pew, and then he got out, and I got out of half of it. Luckily, I saved a little bit today, but I'm already scalped out of it. He led me astray. It was his call, so I followed him in and followed him out on half of it. All right, I did. Maybe if silver can get tired here. Yep, that's right. And I didn't think it was that nice. It was only like 3 drones or something like that, but I guess for a small company like that with trading at 83 cents, that's big news. Tesla's definitely holding up well. And like I said, I may be getting out of a lot of stuff and just freeing up a bunch of capital for Monday. What I should do in this RGTI, because I know what's going to happen. I'm sitting here and you get jigged out like 3 days in a row, and it's going to be like SMAR. It's going to be like SMR, down here at the bottom. You sit there and you sit there and you try it. Next thing you know, that thing's going up 70%, whatever. I'm probably going to get the same thing out of RGTI and IONQ. So what you should do is just buy you enough to where you can stomach like a $3 stop and forget about it. It's probably okay. Pony's coming through here, and I got this WRD. Uh, I mean, that should keep an eye on that one. Maybe to add to that one, I did buy some near lows, but that thing gets back above that level there. All right, little bottoming tail there, and Bitcoin? Well, Barry's got some cheap stocks on there. Yeah, they got a little revenue coming in. Just noticing this today. He's trading almost at book. I mean, this got 200 billion in, I mean, 2 billion in cash. Not quite yet. You got still got some debt. This poet is looking tasty. It's on the list today. EVER. So I asked Grok the other day to find me some small caps with anyway, I put a bunch of stuff in there what I'm looking for and to spit out some small caps and this was one it spit out EVR also spit out that poet and serve which I wish I would have taken but I just what's it doing today. And another one was Hymex, which is not doing anything, but one I want to keep an eye on. But that EVER looks. It's got to go. It's got to get back above. Tesla is 444.24. So it's sitting there knocking on that door really hard, that 50 moving average. If it was any other stock but Tesla, I'd probably sell some here, but I think this has some potential. Just Bitcoin bounced off the VWAP there. Yeah, if BBAI doesn't go, it's gonna set up good for Monday, I think. Taking a look, and I can tell you what's probably wrong with these stocks, regardless of what they tend to follow the indices they're in, and Path is an ARC stock, and you can see ARC. It's beautiful, tight, wound wedge here. So if it can, keep an eye on this one, if even if you like playing ETFs, because this one is a long ways away, and even a lot further than that when you look at the lifetime highs. Let's take a look at the monthly here, see how bad this thing. Yeah, look at that, up to 159 one time. So one to keep an eye on, a sector that's definitely not, nowhere near highs. I think what you could do is probably just put your alert around 82 and see if that thing can get going, because that's a nice little wedge there. And I think U's going to probably go at some point. Adding and put it on the list, but it just doesn't go. Hey, Intel. Let's pull it back up. It's getting filled up over here. What? Is it a nice void there, huh? Uh, you like ABTC. I like its potential. Okay, this is one, obviously, if you look at the daily, okay, this is recent IPO, you know, opened up. That's weird. It's not giving me that. Strange. Anyway, basically around $10, and it's just been. But I mean, this is one that's wound really tight down here. It's been basing for a long time. Got a nice, uh, base. It's one that could fail. Obviously, it's a cheap stock, but I think it's one that if Bitcoin gets going, it's going to ramp up pretty good. It's like a lot of them. And you could, but I still scalp. I scalped a bunch out already, keeping a core position, and uh, need to get back above two, obviously. But I'm a little bit disappointed today. I expected more of, especially with some of the other ones, up on the day a little bit. But no, silver popping again. So it's just not a whole lot of love in Bitcoin right now. It's kind of strange with the market, at all cues, buys at all time highs. You think there would be some uh, people chasing performance and maybe getting in Bitcoin, but boy, it's just kind of stuck in the mud right now. Tesla may this thing may want to go up to 450. I hope it does. It's basically making my day 'cause everything else is just kind of. Oh yeah, the retailers had a big move recently too. There was another sector that just kind of arc on highs. What's UAVS doing? Oh, I got that's right. I got to put the. I did it in my. It's probably a little bit tired. That was a huge move yesterday. Yeah, that was. I noticed Clorox. So I set an alert on it a long time ago, and it went off yesterday after a big move. That was a big move. Yeah, in consumer staples. So this is this is kind of stuff I've been seeing, and I'm not. This is why I'm not seeing a whole lot of setups, on my homework. It's just like, man, you're getting some crazy moves in like oil sector and XHB out of nowhere and the Clorox, and that's what I'm saying. It's you're getting a lot of reallocation here at the beginning of the year, and boy, it makes it tough. Makes it tough. You want to short Lamont, Lockheed Martin? I mean, Lamont. Yeah, there's some other crazy charts. What are you supposed to do with that? What are those ones doing today? Well, a little follow through there. Yeah, Trader 77 sounds like you know a lot more than what I know about that. Yeah, Steve will know. I'm not sure what you mean by max supply for Bitcoin is 21 million. You mean that's trust me, that any barrier that may be in there that would stop the bullish price action of a commodity, they would change real quick. So I don't know. I Well, Intel, nice volume. Gold is definitely lagging silver again today. That's for sure. Only up 0.6%, and silver up over 4%. Yeah, semis were really weak. Yeah, that's why I took that opportunity to buy some Intel on that weakness. But they're bouncing back nicely today, especially Intel. Gosh, almost up 10%. It's crazy. Tesla just keeps creeping higher. Yeah, PLTR has been trading. That's another one trading. A lot of these technology companies are trading wacky lately. Hey, Net Trade, how are you? Happy New Year to you too. Let's take a look at those two stocks there. CrowdStrike and Cliff. I'd probably be more, yeah, Cliff. I know a lot of the commodities have been doing, uranium's doing good. I mean, SLX. Gosh, you almost got, I mean, just kind of in no man's land unless until it gets above that 14. But I can see where you take it. If you took a shot and this thing got, through this level, if it gets to that level, it's probably going to go to 14 and test it. Why do I keep losing my Dan? Gold alert going off. Silver getting a little bit droopy there. And Bitcoin's getting a little get a little lift. Bob the Builder. Man, I've seen so many of these research development biotechs. I mean, ripping lately with no revenues at all. It's just been seeing that a lot of those. I used to play those things quite often, a lot. I've just kind of, I don't know, they've kind of lost their luster. They're pretty wacky anymore. Uh, is X got they? What happened to X? They got bought out or changed symbols or something. They're just a mess anymore. They don't move like they used to. I mean, if you're a investor or longer term swing trader, that would work. Yeah, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the best way to do it, Justin. You just put alerts on there. I screwed up, Pew, but and always be careful in the first 15 minutes. I say that a lot in my videos. It's like, especially stocks that are just like this I mean, you get a lot of just head fakes. You almost want to, buy after the first 15-minute high. Oh, Tesla does not even want to stop. Nice. Yeah, that's smart. I have to have a lot of conviction. Sometimes I'll just put in a buy stop if I have a lot of convictions in the setup. Now, it's a little test here. We're going to see if we get a sell off maybe in these precious metals if Bitcoin doesn't get a little rally. But and a lot of times, getting back to your point, Justin, yeah, today, that's the key word in BBAI. I really don't think it's going to do much today, but I do love the way I just want it to hold up, to set up, you know, uh, definitely have a starter position. So I'd like to see it just set up for Monday. Uh, Gold's going lower. Well, let's just see if this thing can go to lows. I'll get back to BBAI. Yeah, I would. Uh, I'd be surprised if it went today, but that's if it just sets up like that. That's a beautiful, potential setup, to a possible run to 7 on Monday. And like you were saying, you set these price alerts. That's like this Mara. I mean, I got a lot of price alerts. I got to clean out my price alerts. But yeah, you set it for that breakout high there, that 5-day, 6-day high. Just you just wait for it. Don't sit here and try to guess like I do, anticipate. There's nothing wrong with anticipating. I mean, you can see when they're in no man's land, I'm always kind of scalping some out. I scalp, good last couple of days. Some nice chunks in that Mara gives you kind of staying power when you do that. Now, if gold actually goes to lows, this is going to be interesting to see if silver can hold up. Yeah, Path, I've been in you for a long time, but think I'm gonna cut you for good. And you'll gap up 2 points on me. Barry, you're back early.
Yeah, I'm back early. You know, I came in just when you were, I caught the tail end. I'm not sure what you were talking about, but you said something like, and they don't move like they used to. And I thought, well, neither do I.
Good
That's
point.
good point.
Yes. Yeah,
I'm sure you
great
were
point.
talking stocks, but
Yes, I'm right there with you, Barry.
yeah, yeah. Man, oh man, it takes me a while. You get out of my chair. That's why I've got to take little breaks every now and then, and walk around because if I don't know if I could get out of my chair. The knees are just, I mean,
Oh,
once I
yeah.
start walking, I'm fine. But man, it's amazing just how
Yeah,
stiff you can
yeah.
get just by in one position for a while.
Yes, yes. It,
So,
can get a little
father
stiff.
time, father time.
Yep, creeping up on you.
Yeah. All right, Andy. Well, listen, you can go if you want to now.
All right, Barry. Well, I appreciate you stepping back in and, a few minutes
Yeah.
early.
So who we're looking at this way? Who's your what's your number one game
We
this
got a game
weekend you want to
tonight,
watch?
right?
Well, we have a college game, but I'm talking
Yeah.
about the NFL.
Oh, the NFL. Okay.
What's your number one game? I think I know what mine is, but
You know what, Barry? I gotta look. I mean, I gotta refresh my mind. What's yours? I
mine is Buffalo Jacksonville.
yes.
I mean, it's going to be it'll be something else if Buffalo doesn't win. I mean, is that the end of that coach? But I mean, Jacksonville's on a tremendous roll. It's in Jacksonville. I mean, who would I trust more as a quarterback? Kelly over Trevor? Kelly for sure. But he doesn't have the receivers, and so I think that's the most for me. That's probably the most intriguing game if I just had to pick one.
Yeah.
I mean, we've
Yeah,
got
that's
Green
gonna
Bay and Chicago and all that. I mean, these are old time rivalries. I get it, but
yeah.
that but from a point of view is, I mean, they're all saying, well, this is it for Buffalo. He doesn't have to worry about Mahomes or Lamar in the playoffs. So this is their year. But anyway, that's
Yeah,
probably the
no,
game
no,
I'm going to
I
pay attention
totally
to.
I totally agree. That's probably gonna be the most one of the most exciting games, I would say.
Yeah,
That has
I would think so.
potential. Now,
Yeah.
wait, they're playing in Jacksonville or
Yeah,
Buffalo?
well, yeah, because they won their conference. So
That's
yeah,
right. Nice.
so
Well, good,
Buffalo's in as a
good.
wild card.
Should be some good weather. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Want to play in the Buffalo snow.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
It's
All
good
right,
for
my friend. Well,
Jacksonville.
listen. We'll see. I don't know if you're going to do Tuesday or next Tuesday, but if
No,
not,
I won't
we'll
be doing
definitely talk to you on
I
Monday.
did it this week, so it'll probably be Chris
I
or
mean
Steve. Probably
Friday.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be next
Probably
Friday.
Friday.
Okay. Well, we'll have a lot of football to talk about when we get
Yes, we
together.
will, Barry.
Okay. Thanks,
All right,
Andy.
man. Have a great weekend.
You too.
You guys have a great weekend. We'll see you later.
Okay, just taking over the stage or my layout. Okay, guys, I'm back in the main room. Get rid of the announcement and get my music going. All right. Well, into the home stretch. So, William, I see, just shared his secret sauce. I used to think that the way William traded was a lot. I mean, some of them, especially the big reversals. He'd get something on his news, okay, and he would get that stock up immediately. And a lot of times, of course, it was either a catastrophic drop or a big parabolic run from his news. But actually, I'm looking at some of the alerts I'm getting. Yeah. Well, this is his scan. Okay, I'm sort of kidding. Perfect. Okay, I'm sort of kidding. If there's ever a really, oh, you can't get into why? Why would that be? You can get into YouTube, but you can't get into the main room. That's interesting. It's web based. It's not a program you have to download. Talking to a perfect circle in our Yeah, I don't think you've ever been in the main room, have you? So as you can see, guys, I got rid of the one of the races. I've brought back the compare count window. So I've got one less thing to look at. I'll still keep the large cap one because, again, these can give you more patterns like this. I mean, and this is, I wish I'd taken that. Patterns like this. I'm talking about the wave. Okay, nice narrow wave. It's beautiful all the way up. And boy, you have really nothing else other than the symbol, if it's an earnings play, and then the price. That's it. And then pink is on the way down, green is on the way up. So pretty simple. Ah, shoot. I don't want to hear that. MNTS. I missed out on it then. I was waiting for it's come off $11 then. Ah, shoot. Had an alert here at $11 on the reversal scan. Yeah, I remember seeing that, but it was when I was on my break and I sort of saw it. I thought, what are you going to do? Oh, yeah, what are you going to do? I could have taken it, but there it is, 11:10, 12:17, and right there. Now I wouldn't have taken. You know what? I do remember. I do recall talking about this one. I said I would not take it unless it broke through the VWAP. So it did, and then it came into it again, and then right there, really around the 11:50 mark, is when it kind of looked okay. It looked like it was really gonna clear that VWAP. It had a couple of tests into it, and then it looked like, okay. I probably would have taken that trade right around here and put my stop, just under the VWAP, which would have been nice. So what happens? Perfect. Have you tried this link? Just out of curiosity, just, 'cause I'd love to see you in the main room too. You've been in that, YouTube room for years. So what happens exactly when you click on the link, my link, and then you try to what happens? Does it just basically block you right there when you click on trading room? And is it because you have to create a username? You don't have to, you can just go in as a number. Maybe is that the reason? Maybe because you have to create a username, whereas in YouTube you're obviously creating a username too. Anyway, I'm just intrigued why it would block you from coming in. Why is it a firewall of some sort? It says the site is blocked. Your company is saying that. This is not, like a browser their browser blocking it because you've got some kind of a block in your browser settings. You're saying literally the company is blocking it. Hmm, the firewall, okay. Yeah, and yet they let you into the wild west of, YouTube, where anything could happen. Talking to a perfect circle in a YouTube room, guys, in case you're wondering. All right, guys, let's see. I'm going to go over my homepage one last time this week. So again, probably the last day of this extended promo code. I think we've had a couple of weeks of this. So you can get 28% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, 28% off. Or you can get 25% off standard annual subscription. And you can get 25% off the first month only of a standard or premium subscription using these codes. Okay? I'm sure it's going to go back to the 15%. So if you want to take out a subscription, it'd be great if you use my code because it helps to keep the rooms free. Okay? Hey, Joey. Joey V Works. It's Deal Runner. Yeah. So please use my code because it helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes, and I'm running 2 rooms. I've been great. Thank you. I hope and you? I'm sure you've been okay or well or fantastic. So now, if you're in YouTube and you're wanting to come into the trading room, unfortunately, perfect, a firewall or something. But if you're sitting in YouTube wondering, well, what is he talking about? Another trading room? Well, this is it. And there's a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room, okay? So if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst traders, come into this room. Otherwise, you can sit in YouTube, that's fine. Yeah, Joey, doing this exactly. My 10-year anniversary was in October of last year of doing this, of exactly this, sharing my screen and being on a mic. 10 years. I'm by like a shot. Sort of, sort of. Okay, if you keep scrolling down on my homepage, you can scroll down a little bit more and you'll get the trade of the week sign up. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week, you will, and you don't think you're getting it. Okay. And it happens to some people. Before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Not there, then by all means contact us and we'll check, see why it's not going. Now, I should say one other thing about the trading room. Okay, the trading room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Not by me. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me, 3:45. So thank you, Obi, for opening the trading room at 6:45 Monday to Friday. YouTube doesn't get open till about 8:30, so that's why another. So anybody in YouTube interested in talking about the pre-market action, come into the trading room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always say later for questions. And but William, and he's already indicated he'll keep this room open, the trading room open till about 3:30 today. Okay, so even after I'm gone, this trading room will be open. I have to shut down YouTube though completely. So if you've taken out a subscription, first thing you must do, go to the education section on my homepage, click on the more info, and these videos are 12 short videos. You must do this. This is mandatory, okay? And he started with trade ideas. Covers all the important aspects of trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video and go to the last one. It should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try, at least for a month. You can try this for a month. If you don't like it, tell us and we'll kind of unsubscribe you. Not kind of, we will. Okay. And if you're new to trading, back to basics. This is for you. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you or anybody out there who's kind of new to trading. Take a look at this, and there are 15 of these. And last, if you're looking for my information that I'm currently sharing, notice I got rid of the other race. It's still here if you want it. Okay, this is I got rid of that one. I have to pare down. I had too many things going on, and I always tell people, don't have too many things going on. You'll click like mad all day long and get nothing done. I was sort of getting into that, missing opportunities. So I've got rid of that one race. I did have this one up and running on my other monitor, so it's not like I've added this one put this one in its place. And that's the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Basically, just taking two competing scans, one stock's moving higher versus one stock's moving lower. Okay, and you get a real time ticker like the old days, a ticker. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. Here's the halt resumes. It's over here. And the other scan that I do have open is my gap scan. I do have that one open either. I don't have the momentum or the combo scan open. But who knows? Maybe I get rid of this and bring back the Momo scan. I'll say one thing, Joey. In all seriousness, it certainly keeps the brain active. That's all I can say. I'd like to be able to keep doing this for as long as I can because it definitely keeps the brain active. And okay, guys, you know what? I was looking at Lunar as a potential long. It was holding over 19 for a long time, but now it is starting to drift down. It broke down through 19, and it's starting to drift down. It's still down for the day. Stifel came in and said, we cut it to a hold from a buy. That was, I think that's the only reason. The only thing I could see. There's no other news on such. Yeah, I mean, I had Momo up for a long, long time, RC, a long time. And it was just that I felt that I had to have a race up, okay, number one, just to display the race to people for who are new, just to show. And these two, I mean, these are just different ways of looking at the data. So I thought, it's not a bad idea. Everybody, has different ideas about how to look at data. So this is two different ways to look at the data. All right, guys, 1:14. So I may only have about 45 minutes left, always later for questions. But so you can ask questions now if you'd like. You can ask questions all day long. It's a bit of a not strange day, but I've had four trades today. Two in Oscar that didn't work. I tried to short Oscar at the beginning of the day, OCSR. Took the short PCRX. It did nicely on that one, and did okay on that the other one, the BDNX. That's it. So only three different stocks today. Probably could with Gemini. Probably could. I mean, I guarantee if you said, "Listen, I have a program called Trade Ideas, and I'd like to do this. Can you build me a scan that would, minimum? This is the minimum volume I'm looking for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." I'm sure it would build you a scan. I know we have Chat GPT up here, and I'm sure it could probably do the same thing, but I'm hooked on Gemini. Guys, we're talking about ASTI. So, William, when you look at this, do you just look at this and go, "Okay, I'm going to take a short on the top"? As it's gone. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, I'm looking at now, what in conjunction with the wave, as the wave gets parabolic, not that I could short that one because it's not shortable, interactive brokers, but if I click on one of the alerts that you've got from that scan, and I see something that has gone parabolic based on what I see on the wave. Well, Boris, I really didn't use ChatGPT that much, okay? I have to admit. I started using Gemini about 3 months ago when it popped up on my Android phone, my Galaxy phone, okay? And I really didn't know that much about it. And one day I decided to use it, and I thought, oh, okay, not bad, very friendly, nice voice. And then I started using it more and more and more. And I don't have a direct comparison to that in ChatGPT. But if you ask Pepe, I think you will also agree that Gemini appears to be a strong. There you go. Pepe says Gemini has surpassed ChatGPT. And I know I read. I can't. I've never used. I've literally not used any of the GPTs. Okay, we'll call them the GPTs. I've really had not used any of them to any great extent. You know, I but I just think. Well, the other thing, I'm sure maybe ChatGPT does the same sort of thing, but it can get very conversational with you. Well, for instance, I know we're getting off topic here, guys. Sorry, but when I asked about the float and the float information before, and the free float. That's right. I asked Gemini about the free float and the float, and it gave me. But it also then at the end, would you like me to tell you a little bit more about something else in that situation? It gets very conversational. Now I'm sure that ChatGPT must do the same sort of thing, but it's tremendously conversational. All right, you've got my dander up usual. Give me a moment.
As they are accelerating. To set this up, you will create an alert window with specific price and volume filters. Here are the step-by-step instructions and the exact parameters to use. Step 1. Open a new alert window. 1. Right-click anywhere in Trade Ideas and select New Alert Window. 2. Go to the Select Alerts tab. 3. Search for and select New High. You can use New High filter if you want to avoid getting multiple alerts for every penny.
Well, there you go. I mean, I think Gemini's bang on that one anyway. I just asked it to create a scan for me. I've never used Grok. I don't. Again, perfect. I've never used Grok. I mean, I could have kept going, but it was very. I mean, it told me step by step what I had to do. I'm not sure what more you'd want. When you say Gemini doesn't know jack, I take issue with that unusual. Well, no, but all I asked it to do was create a scan based on what if you're talking about, in general, find me something, I just asked it in general. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and $100. Price is this, or this is my price range, minimum volume, relative volume, making a new high, above the VWAP. I just told it to do certain things, and it would build a scan for me. So when you say how good is it, I mean, it would create the scan as I asked it to. This is oh, I see. And that okay, maybe not that. Okay, I see. Because you asked something else to in that particular case. Sure, I haven't tried that, but guys, AEHR. This could have a late day run. Okay, I mean this is an earnings play. Problem is, it's very close to 25. This is an earnings play, not that many earnings plays. I don't know what you mean. Will it maintain it in real time? What do you mean by that, Vito? Well, it's not Gemini. Gemini's not doing that. I asked Gemini to build me a scan in trade ideas that would do that. And so once you do that, then of course it's going to be like a scan. I mean, now listen, I didn't ask that very question, but it really that wouldn't make sense to me to do it that way and have it tell me over and over again every time a stock made a new high. I mean, why not just build the scan and you can have text to voice and it'll speak to you. Yes, I guess if you take a picture of a chart, you can take. I guess the other ones can do that too. I'm not just saying Gemini is the only one, but I guess you can take a picture of a chart and have it analyze it. I haven't really tried that much, but can't. Unfortunately, Jay Villa, I can't. Oh, I can't. We can't. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't do that yet. Didn't we talk about that yesterday? Didn't I show you how you can use the trade wave buy, or maybe it was somebody else? Did I not show you? Maybe it was somebody else that I went through this. Okay, well, here's what you can do. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. So if you watch what I'm going to do, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer. Okay, the Market Explorer box pops up. Right-click in the box, and then hover over Select Strategy. Another big box pops up. Go all the way down to Trade Wave. Another box pops up and go down to Trade Wave by 5 minutes. Now, you don't have to do this every day. If you want to save this as part of your layout, you don't have to do that every day. But Trade Wave buy, okay? And this is what you're going to see. I have it up and running on my other monitor. So the issue really though is that you cannot control this in terms of a price range you want or now the volume will be fine. You're not going to find anything. This was created by Michael Knotts at Trade Ideas a long time ago, okay? And so he put some logic in, and that volume is the volume of the bar, okay? And then that's the relative volume. So the volume today is always going to be okay. You're not going to have to worry about that. But let's take a look at AXPI as an example, okay? And this is on a 5-minute chart. So you're going to see a little buy flag right there. Now, does that mean you just hop into the trade? But that is what it's telling you, okay? And there is some logic. I don't know exactly what the logic is. You can tell though that maybe the trend is changing. Now, would I take this trade? No, because well, maybe. I mean, the $24. I'm looking at the VWAP, but you can click on the alerts. Here's Reddit, a more expensive one. If you don't like, if you don't like the price range, then don't click on it, as an example. But right there, there was a little buy flag right there, and it's pulling back a little bit. Maybe. But we found a couple like Liquidia earlier was I think it was on 1015 or something. Now, are they all going to work like Liquidia did? Let me bring it up. Had an alert right there. Okay, yeah, right there. There was a in that scan had an alert right there for it. There's a little buy flag, and boy, did it ever move. But does that happen every time? Of course not. But ideally, yeah, it'd be nice to be able to create your own scan and have a buy or sell flag as your alert, real-time alert. Be nice. I don't know what it would take to do it technically, but believe me, it's been asked many times. So did you understand what I did there? So you could take that screen and it actually does work. It works in the pre-market also. You can get some pre-market buy flags. I don't think it doesn't. It's just a buy. Okay, so you didn't create one on for the sell flag. Now that I remember, it wasn't you. It was somebody else who asked that yesterday. Yes, it's been on the run from the start. Seagon. Look. I mean, that's fabulous on a 2-minute chart, guys. Where you get sometimes you get some, and that's only 50 million in the float. I mean, it's not a huge float. It's not like this is a 500 million float company where you would see more. I'm very surprised it's been like this. Yes, different info on the 1 minute. It's designed for a 5 minute. Doesn't mean you can't have a 2-minute chart up or a 1-minute chart up and click on the alert and see what's happening on that chart. But yeah, it is designed for a 5-minute chart. Yeah, there's nothing that I can see that you could predict comfortably that a stock is going to do this. I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, it'd be nice. I don't think. I don't see a way to comfortably, comfortably predict something like that. I mean, right here is a little break out of consolidation, but you could create a scan that would say, okay, a 2-minute break out of consolidation, but it doesn't mean it's going to keep doing this, you know? Oh, you're right. That's as good as it gets. Oh, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. What do I think about Mobileye? Very similar. I mean, kind of similar, a little base there and then a move. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's vehicle sensor, LiDAR, or whatever the heck it's called, but is it LiDAR? That's the technology. But what do I think about it as a company? I have no opinion. Zero opinion. It's had, I had a great pop a couple of days ago through the VWAP, but then it, fell right back down. So I don't look at a company and think, wow, this is a great company. I'm going to buy it. I don't look at tech fundamentals at all. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, or anybody else listening to me shouldn't. It just means, when I'm intraday trading, it doesn't really matter to me that much. For William, it does, though. I mean, William intraday trades, but he likes to know that a company at least make usually. Well, it wouldn't show up on my scanner because the relative volume is only 1.4. Okay, so maybe on your scanner it is. Most of my the minimum relative volume has to be most of the time about 3. Okay, so that's why it's not. That's why it's not probably showing up on mine. It did. I don't. Maybe it did here because I don't know if I have a relative volume in here. I know. Well, let me see. I can tell you in a minute if I do. Can't remember. You know what? I think this is an old version because I think I put the relative volume. I added it as a. I added it. So this must be an old version I'm using because when I added the relative volume, and if I did, I'm pretty sure I have a version that has the relative volume at 3. So if it came in the race, you're right. The race does not have a relative volume. So maybe Mobileye briefly was on here because I don't have relative volume. That's the only. This is. I'm going to actually add the relative volume in here. No, it's not just race winners. I'll be looking at anything that's in this list to see if it's. I mean, I haven't been able to do anything today, but I'll click on anything I see in the list to see if it's setting up at all the way which I would like. And here's Mobileye again. Yeah, so it's yeah. I mean, but if I'm not going to take it because for me it's just too it's ran away from me. I'd seen it down here maybe, but it's ran away from me. All right, so there's your HP on a fast drop, yes, and then your little pop. So that came from your scan. Forgot to keep watching Lunar. When it dropped underneath 19, I thought about shorting it, and then I forgot about it, and now it's up to 1954. I was actually looking to go long earlier, but it dropped under 19, down to 1875, so I kind of forgot about it. I wasn't hearing any sounds. Okay. You know what? I've seen this one on the Gap Down scanner, Al, for quite a while now, and unfortunately, I did not. No, it's just telling you the rapidity of alerts coming in here. Okay, that's all it is. On the right hand side, left hand side, you can see it says alerts per second. That's all it is. Like how fast. Like we're getting a lot of alerts, or 'cause these are real time alerts. But sometimes that stock to show up here has to meet all the filter requirements. So it's just showing you the rapidity of alerts. This on here, this is just telling you that 77% of the symbols that came through here, not necessarily different symbols though. Okay, it just said 77% have been green versus 23% red, which helps, which makes sense when the market is up 5 points. Okay. Oh, I don't know how it helps. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really pay attention to this. I'm just paying attention to the stocks that come through. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to this. That to be honest, I just look at the stocks. The only time I'll pay attention to it a little bit more is that if I see like a sea of green coming through, then you get one little red one. You wonder, oh, I wonder why that one, or vice versa, a sea of red coming through, and then you see one blue, one green one. But I don't pay that much attention to what's happening up here. It's just I'm just interested in the ticker. Yeah, well, CTRA is this is made a new low for the day at that point. But right now, obviously, the Bulls are in command. In command. Hmm. How about this one, William? You got this LWLG and a lot of shares available. Almost looked like it was halted. Where is the next high? Yesterday's high was around 440, so it may stall there. Oh, I see. No topping tails. Well, it's at the high of the day. Yeah, it's at the high of the day. But isn't that? Oh, are you talking about today's daily? Because I mean, how could it have a topping tail? Because isn't the trigger the new high? Okay, you've got a couple of triggers and a new high or a standard deviation breakout. I see. Okay. So previous days. I see. Previous days. Not today. Okay. We're getting inside the mind of William after all these years. Wasn't there an old sitcom that did not last very long, but it was called Herman's Head? I don't know how, probably in the late 80s or early 90s, Herman's Head. Should ask Gemini. Basically, it was inside the guy's head. All right, here is finally. Wow, I was just going to say, shoot. I was wondering about when is this going to start to drop, and finally it did. CGON. Should have had this one thumbnailed. Yeah. So all that means is that I don't know where it is in relation to the high of the day, but no, it's still the high of the day. Yeah. Didn't have to be. Didn't have to be. It could have been a pullback and then moving. Yeah, APLD. Great. I'd call that, yesterday's action was kind of strange because it really sold off, even though it closed above the high of the day before. Lululemon, okay, testing. So still underneath the VWAP. That's what you're talking about. So Lululemon is down 4.7%. Where's Nike right now? Those are the two you mentioned. When so actually Nike has completely recovered. It's basically flat now, whereas Lululemon did not. Okay, the one that's intriguing me right now is MTS. Okay, MNTS. Sorry, MNTS. It is still over 12. You can't tell anything from here. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. But it's still down for the day, 6%, but it's had a nice run and now a bit of a base. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it breaks down, but it did get as high as 1240 or so. Well, William, the next one I get from this scan, and if it's on the high side, I'm going to short it. If it's on the low side, I'm going to go long the next time. But maybe especially the high side. Hmm. Another little buy flag, I think, right there for yeah, right there. So I had a buy flag right there for APLD. This is from the no, I'm wrong. It was right there. Had a buy flag there, but then immediately a sell flag, another buy flag. Okay, AAOI running away has to be shorted. Has to be shorted. Give me a moment. Now this is scalping for me, okay? Because come on, drop. Drop. And I listen, got well, 30, 60, 60. Gonna hang on a little bit here. I mean, listen, guys, I'm not gonna short. I didn't short much. This is really just a test. It's a little bit above where I shorted it. Okay, try to induce it. Okay, so there's there. Orders are orders. Give me a moment, guys. I put a sound alert on this, but it didn't. I forgot to accept it. Come on, weaken. Well, I'm just what I liked about it, not just because it came on the scan, but because it's gone parabolic on the two. Where I was saying, I'd like to see now if that bar hits the top of that, I'll definitely cover. Well, now you tell me, William. Oh, guys, I made a tremendous exit. Just just when you said that, I said, okay, I'm going to wait for another, and I covered. Now we'll see if it really matters. Just when you said that, I said, okay, I'll get out of it, and I'll wait. Wait to see if we get another spike. Well, you said 90, didn't hit 90. I can't believe I mean, literally, I got out and it jumped 20 cents. I didn't have a lot of shares. Okay. I'm not going crazy on this because it was just kind of something to do for a lazy Friday afternoon. But you're right. It's getting more juicy actually, especially if it can't get through 34. Ah, but Todd, very, very small size, very small size. Because I'm not bored. I'm more in, I'm trading out of in intrigueness. I know it's not a word. I'm just intrigued by that. Definitely the first ones I saw in here would have worked great. So William, is this really all you look at all day long? Or do you have anything else going on? Too late in that trade. I already did, but I'm out. I escaped. Oh, okay, 8 other windows. Wow. So this one showed up. I'm a little reluctant. No, 8 EHR. I mean, this is got earnings play, pretty strong still. No more. So I don't. I will not do that. Um, I don't know if that's going to help me or hinder me, JV. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Those are volume bars on candles or something, or well, this is actually getting more intriguing. You know, if it can, well, you might get your 34.20. I changed the price range, so probably that's why LPX is not showing up for me. I changed my price range, so well, 34.20. Well, thank you, William. I swear, if you hadn't said that, I would. Well, I would have. again, I had to stop. I'm not going to lose my shirt or anything like that. But I basically escaped with nothing, no harm. Well, 3420, there it is. What made 3420 interesting to you? See how those bars are still in touch with the top of the wave? Wow, 3420. I hope you did it. What's psychological about 3420? Are you talking about like a little bit over the whole number? What is psychological about 3420? Just out of curiosity. Okay, just a little bit above the whole number. Okay. Well, that's awesome. Boy, that's awesome. Look at that. There's a nice almost 30-cent drop for you. So this is and William shared this. I made a slight change to it just because I wanted a different price range. But other than that, this is the scan we're talking about. Who knows? Maybe you'll turn me into a reversal player. Since I'm definitely intrigued by this one, the gap reversals, 15-minute on the way down, 5 minutes on the way up. Yeah, see, there's the AEHR. I mean, I know it's coming in your scan, but it's still touching. That bar is still touching. It's getting a little parabolic, a little, but it's a strong earnings play. Now, the next high looking left is 25.15. So to me, if it gets close to 25, um, stock stocks unhinged. You're talking about this one, the gap. It's I should actually add something to this, like a name. Is this what you mean? You could just add a name to it. So just to tell you why I'm looking at this, okay? The reason being is that in this original scan that I've shared, now actually what I've done is I have unchecked the gap down and reversals here, okay? And I'm going to use this for a while anyway. I still want the gap up and go and the gap down and go. So I've unchecked these two. And the reason being is that the gap up and reverse, the gap down and reverse, it had to take out a high or a low of the day before you'd get the alert. In these two, you could be a 15-minute low or a 5-minute high. So for instance, say a stock gapped up right at the very beginning of the day and you got a big tall candle up here, and then it started to move down. And it's still considered a gap up. You wouldn't get the alert until it hit that high. So so you're going to get the alert a little bit earlier. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going though in the direction you want, but So for instance, a gap up and reverse on this one, okay? The ASPI. So anything in orange, excuse me, in yellow is the potential for short, green a potential to go long. Before, I would have had to wait for it to take out the low of the day, okay? A low of the day, which is down here. Now I'll get an alert with all the filters, still the other filter in place, but it makes a 5 minute low or a 15-minute low. 15-minute low on the down. Now you can change that to a 5 minute low. You know, I don't know why to be honest, I don't know why I've got one gap up in reverse in 5 minutes and the gap down in reverse. What is wrong with me? They're both 5 minutes. Okay, I guess at some point in time I must have had them at one at 15 minutes. Okay, sorry. So these are both 5 minutes. I'm going to have to. So I was actually right. Gap reversals 5 minutes. So 5 minute gap reversals. Either up or down. The initial scan must have been 15, and I changed it to 5. So it's the scan is the same. I just changed the name. Okay, back to what it was before. It has nothing to do. I mean, if it is high RSI or low RSI, it's just a coincidence. Stocks. I don't think so though. It would be just it'd just be coincidental if it happens to be a high RSI or low RSI because it's not at the low of the day or the high of the day. So it's not like it's high. Okay, these, I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be, but more than likely it's not. So here's the rocket as an example, RKT. You know, in this particular case, it was at the low of the day, yes. But I could have got that. I could have got that alert here. You know, it's very possible I could have got it up here too. This is a repeating version. Okay, so I may put a don't repeat version. All right. So this now is coming into yesterday's high, AC. So this is another one, Todd. This is another one. You have trade ideas, right? I can just give you the scan. You can look at it yourself. But this is pretty, boy. This is, and you know, you can't trade it. I mean, look at that. Well, well, before it said 7 cents. Look at that. I mean, the spread is just crazy, going crazy. So that is something that you got to be awfully careful on. And right now it's just zooming higher. But the spread, I mean, how are you going to trade that? 808, 877. How are you going to trade that? Canadian company out of okay, my current abode, not my home. I got chastised yesterday on Vancouver. But that's untradeable. I mean, you can't realistically try to trade this one. And even if the spread tightened, I'd always be afraid that it'll just widen the next second. So, I just have to look at it and go, okay. true. I'm the only Canadian left. When Michael Noss was at Trade Ideas, he was in Nova Scotia. So we had our country covered by being in the East Coast or West Coast, and he was on the East Coast. No, he's not with Trade Ideas anymore. He left. I think I want to say maybe 2 years ago. Might have been last November. It might have been last November. It was in November, so I can't remember if it was last November or the November previous. Gonna hang around for a while now, guys. I think this little scan here is at least well, it's showing. I mean, I'm seeing EOSE here. I'm seeing it here. Very interesting. It was 2024. Thank you, Pepe. So November. So it is 2 years ago. Wow, time flies. Who needs Gemini when we have Pepe? I sort of remember Real doing something like this, but I'm sure. Well, let me take a look what you got here. So price. Now I've changed the price, okay? But I think Real was all about standard deviation. Now the other thing is, what I'd like to do is I'll add why we're getting the alert. But anyway, 500,000. Yeah, you're using that. You're using this. This is something I never use. I may get rid of that. Because if I'm intraday trading, I don't care about what the average daily volume is. Get rid of that just to see. But this is the key: 25 cents, 20, down 20, up and down. The volume is okay, 250. What I'm going to do then, I am going to just out of curiosity, I'm going to get rid of that. Because I think if you're intraday trading, it doesn't matter. And the other thing I want to do is not that. Moment. Okay, because you have two. You get too many standard deviation ones because you have two filters or alerts, real time alerts. You have a standard deviation and the new high or new low. Well, I have a male voice. Well, I've got bouncer stoppers. I'm not saying I'm the only one that has bouncer stoppers, perfect circle, but I have a bouncer stoppers, which does have RSI, etc. Well, they certainly catch the Zoomers. Here's another Zoomer, guys, the TCGL, and I'm sure. Now, out of interest, William, did you get TG? Did you get TCGL? Okay, you did. The reason I ask is that I wasn't sure if it was trading on average 500,000 shares a day over 10 days. So I can see right there. So there was a standard deviation alert and also a new high, and it just got halted. So I'm glad we didn't try to short that. Now, when you say the float is too small. So why wouldn't you put a minimum float then? If you don't want to see that one, why wouldn't you put a minimum float? Because you don't have the float as probably didn't exist then. You're right. But yeah, you could add that for sure. See this one. I wonder if this one would have shown up for you. DNTH only trading half a million shares, which is fine, but was it trading half a million shares on average over the last 10 days? Probably didn't show up, right? I would consider getting rid of that. Maybe add the float, your minimum float. Okay, so you're not in a like a low float, because if you're going to intraday trade, it really doesn't matter. All of a sudden you get some stock that's trading millions today. Now, granted, if a stock is trading millions, probably the float is low. So when it doesn't normally trade millions, so it'll be a trade off. I find myself being more comfortable on shorting tops than trying to play bottoms on bounces. Truist is trying to prop this thing up, maintaining target. They raised their target from 56 to 63, and that's for the DNTH. Okay, well maybe that. Okay, so the average volume. Okay, maybe that does help. Yeah, I mean, look at the AAOI. I mean, I didn't. I unfortunately I did not get back in it, but yeah, I mean, but look what it did. It hit the VWAP. Boy, talk about it being a VWAP play. Look at that. It hit the VWAP and just stalled. Oh, ANPA. It's on my list, and stocks I was watching this morning when we're doing the pre-market work, and beside it, I scroll down, whatever information I can find, and I got ANPA up, and then in brackets question mark because couldn't find any news on it whatsoever. But the news came later. I didn't see this in the pre-market, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, $39 million private placement, 3 million at $13, and it just exploded from there. And we're talking about it now as, oh, wow. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Thank goodness. There'd be you would have thought many opportunities. Yeah, you could put a stop in, but look at the spread. I mean, I think I remember seeing this, not at this price, but 102, 105 now in the spread. Shoot. Yeah, I just should have kept my short. No, there's no way though. I could not do that. Well done, William. I know you're not in it anymore, but yeah. Um, I don't know. I haven't tried. I mean, what you're talking about is even though they show that there are 110,000 available, will they allow me to do it? I don't know. I didn't try. I would never. Well, I mean, the spread was awful. So why did you try? And they said you couldn't do it because of compliance. So William's got an idea for those who are gamblers. Possible trade is to pick up a few Lulu or Nike calls expiring next Friday. Either stock is likely to jump as SCOTUS validates tariffs. They aren't likely to drop much if they maintain the status quo. Okay, not a bad idea, I guess. So here's another one from your scan. The stem now is coming right into that high of 19. So you wonder, is this going to stall there? Again, the spread is not great. 62.84. It just probably meant everyone but you. Okay, so yeah, the average volume. So it would have shown up because the volume is there, but not the average volume. No, 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 no. I didn't say that. Perfect circle. I did not say that I would do it. I was just echoing what William said as an idea. Put that in the room. That's not from me. I'm not doing it. Boy, that AAOI was awesome. Well, you know what I can do? I can actually, I add that, I'll add the column. It's 10 days, right? and just see how many. It's 10 days, I think, the average volume. So I'll just show the column, and I'll just see how many fall outside. Ugh, nothing. So Harmony would have shown up, right? It just snuck in 506,000. So you're looking left to find topping tails, like big ones, I guess. Aren't these sort of topping tails though? Or not. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, I may short it. I'm just looking left on the daily chart, and to me, I mean, 38.50 is a block. Could be a block. It got up to 38.39. Well, I don't know when that was stocks unhinged. I think Barry would never short. I always used to short. I mean, if the stock set up as a short, I would always short it. There was a time when I wouldn't go long. That was back in 2007, 2008 during the financial crisis. I don't think I went long a stock for about a year and a half. Yeah, I saw. Wasn't it around 40? You said you would add at 40? I was 49. It's like 50. Yes. Well, this is kind of fun. Something new. Oh yeah, if you talk about the wow, I have a sound alert on this, and it's wow. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But if I gave handing that out, it has a sound alert on it. Boy, oh boy, this is look at now. Here's another. awesome short that I saw early, never did it, never did it, never did it. Um, and look how that wave, look how it just followed the wave down. Never broke above, even well, certainly not on the 5 either. But look at the 2 minute, didn't break above. When I say break above, there's not one bar that poked its head above the top of the wave. Yeah, I do see the genie. This is a reversal. It's a little, it might be a little extended, 1091, well, maybe not, 1091 down to 1086. But also look at the VWAP, okay? Look at the VWAP. Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously not everything you're going to see in any scan is going to be tradable. Well, I mean, in theory, this is looking for a short. However, look at the VWAP right there. So 1081 is the VWAP for Genie. Will that hold it? It could easily hold that. It could act as support. Now, if it breaks down through it, that could be a nice short. You never know until you click on the symbol. I'm more interested on Monday to see what sort of alerts I get. The other thing I probably am going to do is, do I have a delay on it? Yeah, so I don't want to see alerts until at least 9:45. That's for me. Yeah, I don't know about shorts being. I mean, this has been trading for a while now, several months. No shorts available. Interactive brokers, and this is well, trend of stock. Absolutely, Todd. So I'd use this as an example. I won't put it in here, but so if you right click on a scan, yep, okay, 5 days down, yep, 5 consecutive days down, right? Okay, so do a search, type in consecutive, okay, and days, consecutive days, okay, add the filter, and does it have to be just 5 days or at least 5 days? Okay, so put -5 in here. See what happens when you do the summary, where the stock was down at least 5 days in a row. Okay. Yeah. Well, as I said, I'm interested. The issue has never been that I have to leave between 2 and 2:30. It's just that I get bored if nobody asks me questions. Well, it depends. It's broker to broker, but if something has a very, very high percent, borrow rate, I mean, it may vary broker to broker, but more than likely it'll be high, but I can't answer that. William probably, maybe has a better idea. But yeah, when I look at ANPA, like, Trading Ram said that the borrow rate was 250. At Interactive Brokers, it's 342%. So, it will vary broker to broker. Why? Don't know. Maybe I really don't know. Now this it's also not available. It's not available to short. What they're talking about is, if the shares can be located. So when I see that, basically I'm not going to even attempt to. Most of the time though, you wanted to short APLD, 0.46. So I mean it's nothing. That's a good point. Good point, William. So this one, MH, so whole number, next high is 1627. Or if I should do that one, 1589, 1593. I'm sure, topping tails are not. I'm not as concerned about that as maybe I should be, but I don't. I'm just going to maybe try this one, 1589, 1593. Hmm, it's not moving. Now you're not seeing this one, William, V wave. I know you're not seeing this one. Now, if you've added the float, you're not going to see some of these anyway. I agree. Maybe adding a minimum float of, I don't know, at least 10 million or something, maybe even more. Yeah, you wouldn't see this one because it's 232,000. How about that column there? So you would see definitely these two. I don't use a dock window anymore, stock unhinged. Okay. Well, you don't have to do that. I'm talking to stocks unhinged in our YouTube room. So I don't use dock windows anymore. I used to, but it was sort of, it's possible I could start using them again now that I have east thermal paste, but it can be a real tax on your machine. But I don't use dock windows anymore, and it really doesn't matter. All you have to do is I have three monitors. All you have to do is, this is my main monitor, the one that I display for everybody. At least I call that my main monitor. Okay. So all you have to do is you don't have to, you can just take your windows, your trade ideas or charts or whatever you want to do. Like I have a spy chart on another monitor. I just place it exactly where I want it. Okay. I place everything exactly where I want it on my other monitors. Okay. And I'm not going to deviate too much. So once I do that, You just click on File. Oh, I haven't done this for a while. Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, you click on that, and then where it says Open Relative, I wonder why that doesn't happen. This should be checked. Anyway, Open relative to main window. You check that, then I wonder why that is not. Maybe it's because I've got Save Layout, but anyway, you just do that, click Open relative to main window. So you designate one window as your one monitor as your main monitor, okay? And then I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner, arrange everything as you can see here. But I've got other Trade Ideas windows on my other two monitors. I do that, and then when I, but you could do that with every layout. You have many layouts. How many layouts do you use on a given day? I have a lot of layouts also, but you could take, load your layout. I mean, I'm not saying don't use a dock window. I mean, but some people find it very cumbersome. You could take any layout and then just save it. I would load a layout. I mean, take how long? 30 seconds? Put the windows where you want them and then do this. Click on tools and then options. Again, layouts, open relative, open relative to main window and save it. Then when you load it again, everything will be where you want it to be. Okay. I mean, and technically, I use two layouts. I use one in the pre-market, and then this is the layout I use all day long. And I don't have an after hours because I rarely. I could use, you can use this for after hours easily. And any race. I mean, this will keep working after hours. I mean, it's up to you. If you know how to dock, I mean, you can do that, but nothing I have is docked anymore. And you won't have to. You definitely won't have to. You just put everything where you want. Well, even if you're just using one monitor, I mean, just put everything that is Trade Ideas related, arrange it exactly where you want it, and then that's it. If I shut down my layout right now and I load it, all these windows will be there, but also, my spy chart on my other monitor will be where I want it. Everything will be exactly where I want it on all my monitors. Man, I missed the boat on the momentous MNTS. Wow, what a drop on the MNR. Did you get that one, William, on the pop? Yeah, so listen, if you okay, I'm talking to stocks unhinged. Okay. Oh, is that yeah, 372,000 shares. Okay. So to answer your question, stocks unhinged. So um do not I would uncheck the open and dock window. The reason why is that let's say you add a scan, you load a scan from your cloud and everything, it's going to go right into a dock somewhere automatically. And that typically is not what people want, if that makes sense. Okay. Again, I don't know anybody who's using a dock window anymore. Rarely comes up in the topic. Emails that come into the company relative, it was a nice idea. And I have to admit, I mean, if I could dock, I mean, it's possible I could dock all these, and it would look a little cleaner looking, but it's not necessary, and that's why I don't go over it. I don't explain to people how to dock windows because I thought you didn't use Pepe. I thought you didn't use dock windows, but I loved it. Yeah, I mean, I liked it because it arranges things nicely. I mean, listen, I have this is what we're talking about here. So it's probably going to really slow down my system, but so this is an idea of, I used to do this. Here's my thumbnail charts that I had in my other monitor and all docked. Is it necessary to do it? No, because once I have my layout up and running, I mean, I don't change anything really. And I see actually RVMD it showed up on the little on the this tradeway buy right there at 115.40. A little bit late, but well, because it had to wait for the candle to close. So that can be the problem when you get a really wide candle. Well, as Dan says, that's all the news you need. You see this, regardless of what news hit, you can just see what happened. So obviously, this was it. Is it again with Abby, or is it another company coming in to maybe make a bid for them? Pepe, what are the identifiable bugs? Is this what you would call a bug? The fact that this spy chart which is okay right now. Well, it's a little lagging maybe, but not the candles, but this price that changes. I don't know. Maybe it is stuck again. Is that what you're talking about? Being buggy? Certainly, I have to shut down my spy chart in the morning because it gets stuck. And right now, it looks like it's stuck because right now I see the SPY is up 550. This is okay, but this is not moving. So yeah, that's what I call buggy. But I don't know if that's because of the development version I'm on or that's what you're talking about being buggy. They know about it. Yeah, you mentioned somebody mentioned NBY. Yeah, no kidding, having a nice day. Another pop here, guys. Another pop for NBY. Now that's showing up on the scan, but it's not shortable for me. I haven't seen a problem with the stock charts, okay? I think the problem seems to be with, like, the SPY and the Qs and I mean, which is not good, but I don't think I've seen a problem because I haven't identified that. I'm looking. Ah! Maybe because you're docking, exactly. Okay, guys, well, I think I will shut off, I'm gonna say shut up. I'm gonna shut off. Wow, 2:51. What time are you keeping the room open till? This is, the latest I've been in a long time. Ah, look at MNTS. It's been a nice trader, guys. A little bit choppy, but I don't well, right there, that would have probably knocked you out of the trade. But gotta watch it on Monday, okay? I mean, it's the high up here is 15, the high is up here at around 16, so had a nice run, then a drop. It's actually gone positive now. It was negative most of the day. I'm just waiting to see if my M8 short works. Yeah, no kidding, new high. So this was not one that I didn't try to short this one. So I mean, it's hard to know stocks unhinged. What is everybody using on the volume? I mean, I use in my momentum scan, I use 1,000 for the volume in the last minute and 400 or 500 or something for the volume in the last 5 minutes. Okay, I mean, but I don't have my momentum scan up and running right now. Now, is it because that those when you say the instant volume alerts, are you talking about you're not getting many alerts because that it's a pretty high volume. The last 1 minute is 2,500%, and 5 minutes is 2,000%. I mean, those are pretty high numbers. Now, are you using the alert or are you using the filter? I've never used the alert. Are you talking about this? Or are you talking about like a 1 minute volume spike, this thing? Oh, so you're talking about this and using this the volume 1 minute percent. That's what you're talking about, the filter? No. Well, okay, the alert is a new high, but but you're saying you're using the volume 1 minute volume is 2,500%. So are you using this volume 1 minute as your filter and then a new high as your alert? Like in tandem. So you're using this filter and then a new high alert. Yeah, okay. And the 5 minute. Okay. Well, I can't answer why you're not getting I mean that's a pretty, at 5,000 or 2,500 and 2,000, you should be getting some pretty big volume spikes, but I can't tell you why you're not. I mean, you should be seeing stocks that have plenty of volume coming in. Well, NVY is just ripping here now. You can't share. Yeah, you cannot share. You'd have to come to the other room. You can't share links in YouTube. I don't know if it's ourselves who are doing it or it's just YouTube. I honestly don't know. I haven't seen a selection saying people can't put links in. So give me an example of one lately that. Well, I guess you can't. Well, no, you're just saying you don't think it's giving. You're not getting the instant volume alerts like I used to. So you're not getting any alert at all. Okay, give me an example. Just give me an example of the last one you got, and let's see what the volume looks like. Well, that's pretty high. I mean, that is pretty okay. VLN, that's what I'm looking for. So VLN, that was the last one you got. Let me take a look at on my chart. See if there's that to me would have been a pretty big volume spike right there. You should have got something around 252 or 242 or Eastern time. That to me is a big volume spike. So whether it well, if you're not getting many, if that's your, I'm talking to stocks on page YouTube. If you're not getting many, then of course you have to drop the value a bit. But not having many is not necessarily the worst thing. You're going to be highly selective. So here's, I'm assuming that's, I mean, you can just see the volume burst right there. This is a 2-minute chart, but you can just see the volume burst right there. That probably should have alerted you. And that's why it alerted you. So I see. I thought your question was something a little bit different. Yeah, if you want more alerts, you're going to have to drop drop the values a little bit. Always a give and play. But there's no right answer. But if you want more, drop it by drop the 1 minute to 2,000 and drop the 5 minute to 1,500 and just see. Because you're talking about if you do, you're getting too many false alerts. Well, man, oh man, oh man, NBY, yeah, just continuing here. And I guess you're not going to see that one, William, because of the float, I guess. Plus, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so. Well, you would see it here unless you haven't added the float, because the float is only 6 million. I'm assuming you're going to add the float, minimum float or something. The float is 6 million. I don't know what. Okay, so you should not have seen this one then, because the float is 6 million. Yeah, okay, you saw it in 1 year scans. Okay, but why wouldn't you add? If it's the same principle, why? Okay, you haven't added the float, so you're probably going to do that with the other scan, right? Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm sorry. What are you referring to? Stocks on Hinge when you say which one? Talk about a scan? No, no, I'm talking to William in the other room. Okay, okay. All right, guys. Wow, 3:02. I'm out of here. I think I'm out of here. I'm gonna try to hold on to this MH short to see if it has any move at the end, but it hasn't really moved. It's basically where a little bit below where I shorted it. So, well, thanks for all the help all day long and all week long, guys. Much appreciated. We'll shut down now. You're going to keep the room open till what time, William? 3:30? For those of you on YouTube, if you still want to, I think William is keeping the main room open till 3:30. If you still want to talk stocks, go over to click on my homepage link. I just put it in the YouTube room, and you can go down here to the trading room. Okay, it's free. Same thing. It's free. All right, guys. Well, let's have a great weekend. Any NFL fans, it's going to be a feeding frenzy. So have a great weekend, everybody. And Obi will open the main room at about quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. I'll get on the mic at 9 a.m. for both rooms. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. I'll keep this open until William. He's gonna keep the room open for another 25 minutes. So I'm reading myself now. I'll put the message up here. Okay, and YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down now. So, we'll see you guys Monday.